himself a crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is brought to you by, how about Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, John, Jake,
and Josh.
And
Josh.
Yes.
Man,
It's a lot of J's.
way to fill in at last notice, man.
It came together. I had a lot of help from my friends.
That's nice.
And nobody was mean, so thank you, audience.
That's really nice.
That's even better.
Even John, when I talked about basketball, knew I didn't have a choice.
Yeah. You got to fill 4 hours somehow when
Yep.
it's just you talking to yourself.
There's nothing happening in the world.
Yeah.
Nothing happening. Bad look for the NBA and NHL, Josh.
Well, I don't care about the NHL. They can suck it.
Well, the NBA.
I have many takes on the Celtics.
You have allegedly
11 points in the fourth quarter?
Dude,
not enough.
They made their last field goal, John, with 7:03 to go in the game. They didn't make a single field goal after that.
Yikes.
Hilarious.
And yet you crap on college basketball for all these lack of scoring.
I do.
The Celtics doing you a favor and showing you that bad basketball can happen everywhere.
I know. It made me so happy.
I was really worried when I started the show because I spent my evening last night watching Braves Tigers.
Yeah? Did you break down that game?
I wanted to. I broke down Javi Baez's
that's
injury.
bad.
Wait, you're a Celtics guy.
I thought it was over.
Yeah? Wow.
Didn't bother watching.
That's hilarious. Meanwhile, Joey moseyed his way on in here today. Very sad.
Said he was still hungover.
Yeah?
Yeah.
From
Hungover. He just drove back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hell was he doing?
Well, must have hit it pretty hard over the weekend.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I
Damn.
guess so.
Or he had a lot last night.
JT Smith says, this is why I have a favorite, Josh. Was it because I made fun of the Celtics? Is that why? Or because he hates the Celtics and he appreciates me making fun of the Celtics?
Oh.
Or because he likes baseball and also watched the Braves game last night?
I think it's the Braves thing. I think
Okay.
JT said go Braves earlier in the chat.
I watched some of the Royals A's game in the tiny baby ballpark last night.
It's always fun to watch. I thought John was going to say
Yeah, I did too. I was waiting.
I have no takes on the Royals.
It's always
I don't
fun
talk
to
about the crappy American League Central.
when the Athletics are at home.
Bye.
It's always worth it to pull that up on MLB TV if you can, because it just looks different, man.
It does.
It just looks different.
It
weird.
does,
It
but when
sounds different too.
But when they show that bridge, I keep thinking, why are they in Pittsburgh?
Is it a yellow
Pittsburgh,
bridge?
Yeah, there's a yellow bridge, and it's like, oh, they're in Pittsburgh. Oh, no, this is tiny baby Sacramento Stadium, which, by the way, I didn't realize they're one of the teams being looked at for expansion. It's like, really?
Sacramento?
Yeah.
For baseball?
Yeah.
That's dumb. They'd have to build a new stadium.
Well, most of these places that they're trying to
guess that's
expand to
true.
would have
That's
to build
true.
a new stadium.
I guess you're.
They all would.
Like when the
Yeah.
Hornets played in Oklahoma City, you're kind of using it as okay, how many people are going to come out to this
Yeah.
week in, week out?
Right.
And they learned a lot.
Mhm.
Listening to the game, did either of you guys ever watch baseball games on Bally's with sound on back a couple of years ago?
Royals games?
Yeah.
Yes, I watch Royals games.
Okay, now did you ever watch them on the streaming app?
No.
Okay.
Well, outside of when Connor had him on here.
So,
Yeah.
because
But the
they
sound was off.
wouldn't air commercials, they would air. It was like this motif of various sports. It was like hockey and basketball and football, but they had this like crowd noise underneath it with the natural hockey sounds and baseball sounds. That's how the crowd sounded last night. Just like this general, and then cheer. It sounded like a pretend video game crowd. Like you could go to Oakland and record their noises, and then you could put that on a 10-hour YouTube clip of crowd sounds, and you could play it on the show. So if you ever want to do that, go check it out. Now,
Well,
they'll
Connor
have
and
the
I did that
announcers.
last year at the Omaha Creighton game
That's right.
because we couldn't get a crowd mic outside because strangely they built a ballpark where you can't open the windows.
I don't want to.
And we didn't have any
That's
nat
weird.
sound, so it was just me and Connor in this solid cubicle. So I just brought up, I think it was from a Cardinals game. I just brought up YouTube crowd sounds and had
That
it
is
playing in the background
awesome.
because it was so.
It's too
too quiet.
Yes, as someone who had to do many basketball games sitting in this very spot, it is
Because that's right. You
painful.
didn't have crowd noise back then when you would do that.
They
we
did the same
tried.
thing, right?
Well, yeah, we ended up doing the same thing. Occasionally, we would get actual crowd noise from the site because Rob Anderson would.
What would he do?
he would take an iPad and mic it up.
Wow.
And point it at the scoreboard clock. And then we would sync it to because they were ahead
by like a minute.
So it would be a closed YouTube feed, and we would sync it with the clock on TV.
So is that like on some unlisted Rob Anderson YouTube channel somewhere? Wonder if he still has those videos.
There might be.
Because it was probably
like
on his
a guy that would delete them immediately.
Yeah, maybe he would have.
I mean, there's nothing incriminating on there other than
if they're
it's
unlisted.
Just,
yeah, it's totally
other
fine.
than it's just crowd sounds.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well, and it wasn't crowd sounds because remember it was some of it was COVID. Some
it
of
was more squeaks, right?
It was more squeaks and baskets and
whoa,
yelling and stuff.
I don't know if I remember that part of the.
I do.
I've seen the files, not those files.
Yeah.
There's like a 3-hour basketball sounds in somebody's folder somewhere.
Right. And when that gimmick wouldn't work, we would just have we just had generic crowd sounds. Wow. That is the worst era ever.
Yeah. It was always awkward because the show would end and whomever John's partner would show up and they would walk and I'd have to squeeze around them. And it was like, time to watch some basketball on the TV and call it off the TV. And then, of course, there was the time that I had COVID, which then John had to stay at home because I had COVID. And then he called the Kansas game from his bedroom.
From my bedroom.
Wow. What a weird
That
time.
was one where the gimmick worked. I remember that.
What, Rob's?
The gimmick.
I need to ask him about this next time I see Rob. Like, hey, do you still have those? What YouTube channel was it on? Was it on yours? It has to have been on his. Maybe it was on the Creighton basketball one. They're just unlisted.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember whose account it was, but yeah, we had the
awesome.
We had the Nat sounds.
Kenneth says PTSD, Josh, downgrade of the century going from Fox Sports Regional to Bally. Yeah, I do not miss the Bally commercials with nothing except for crowd sounds and ice skates.
Yeah, but that's kind of what it is sometimes with MLB TV is occasionally during local breaks, they just play the
I like it when they just show
baseball
the stadium.
zen.
Yeah, I like the stadium. Just give me the stadium shot.
I like the baseball zen. Right now on Braves Vision, I'm getting the Patrick Mahomes, Lionel Messi treadmill commercial.
Yuck.
A whole bunch.
Yeah.
And
that's the worst part about the streaming is you end up getting the same three commercials.
Yeah.
We
How's
watch
Royals TV.
It's good. I think they usually just show the stadium is what they do. So that's nice. Like during football season, we watch the NFL Sunday Night Football on Peacock because the HD is better.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, though, it means you get like 3 commercials. And there's this local company that I think has mattresses. And so we see them all the time. And then they have this shot of various stadiums with like this orchestral music that it's like, but they only show like 3 stadiums. It's like Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and I can't even remember what the other one is. Maybe Philadelphia. And
ESPN 4K is great because they just show the stadium if they're doing fireworks, or you can see they're in between quarters.
It's just a beauty shot.
The only issue that I have with ESPN 4K is sometimes they do crowd noise and sometimes they don't. And so I don't like the ones without crowd noise because it just gets so quiet and then it returns. But I'm wondering, so other 4Ks, like Fox is on YouTube TV, they have commercials. So like we watched the Super Bowl a couple years ago on that 4K. We watched the Super Bowl this year on the 4K. But as you mentioned, ESPN. I'm really interested to see what they do for the Super Bowl. I have to imagine they're going to figure it out so they can air commercials.
Absolutely.
Very
they
much
would
need them.
They would.
So I wonder if they'll just
absolutely
start
do
doing that on all their stuff.
Sure.
No,
It's
it would be
weird how
funny if
little they do
ESPN
4K.
didn't.
If they didn't do 4K.
If they didn't do commercials because they were so busy with all their other stupid promotions about them having the Super Bowl.
It's a big deal, John.
You'd know in August, right? When you theoretically start to play around with it.
You figure it's weird. They don't do NFL games in 4K. The only 4K stuff that they do is college. Like I watch college basketball on 4K, and then their big college football game every week was always in 4K. So I watched all like the Saturday night football games on 4K. But
it seemed like there was a real movement to 4K, and then it just kind of died.
I think it looks awesome.
Oh yeah,
it's
it looks
noticeably different.
Yeah.
Have you ever?
I've never seen it.
Your TV's older, right?
My TV's 10 years old.
It looks good. It looks really good. I like it. It's fun.
And I don't know if I would want to. How much you have to pay more on YouTube for that?
$10.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, but then you can get unlimited streams, and that's how we share with my parents. There's like some nice little perks that are a part of it. Yeah.
And this week, YouTube TV launched the Create Your Own Quad Box feature for those who didn't have. Some people had it already, but if you want to put designing women in one, Golden Girls in another, basketball, football,
can you move them around?
I believe so.
See, that's the issue that I've had with them.
I believe it's completely customizable quad
Like,
box.
I hate when I have a Saturday or a Sunday of football, and I'm like, sweet, I got the quad box. But it's like, that game's a blowout. I'm going to jettison it and add a new one. But then it moves the stuff around. It's like, no, if I had the Bama game up on upper left, I always wanted an upper left.
These are such
first world problems.
Absolutely.
Man. But hey, we're getting close. Football's 4 months away, so you got to start.
It's not that close.
You got to start preparing.
Long,
Mentally,
long
I have started.
That's a third of a year.
Yeah, but
that is a third of a year.
Think about
That's
it,
a long
Josh.
time.
4 months ago in 2 days was January 1st. Doesn't it feel like it was just yesterday that it was January 1st? It does. I remember sitting on my couch watching the Rose Bowl. It was 4 months ago.
You are a scumbag.
Remember the Georgia Ole Miss game? That was 4 months ago. It feels
Can't
like it was
believe
yesterday.
that you again.
Every
Every year you try to steal my summer.
It felt like the snow.
My summer hasn't even started yet. We're not even at the College World Series, and you're stealing my summer.
It'll be the College World Series in like a month and a half. Yeah, I'm excited for the College World Series this year. I got new responsibilities.
I've been not watching, but I've been following.
Yeah, same.
Okay, this is a team I got my eye on. This is a team I got my eye on.
I've
Evan Bland gave me a new one to keep my eye on.
Who's that?
UC Santa Barbara.
Okay. If Nebraska makes it, I got some takes on them. And if Creighton makes it, I got some takes on them.
But if they don't,
which the odds are that won't happen.
Well,
you're going to need some takes on others.
Teams. Yeah. UCLA.
They might make it.
They might.
I think they're going to make it.
Boy, it'd be pretty disappointing if they didn't.
That would be quite
did
the
a lot
letdown.
Did a lot of homework on that.
I don't think USC is going to make it.
I don't think so either.
And I don't think Oregon's going to make it.
What point are you at in
prep?
Do you just wait until?
I haven't really jumped in yet. I'm getting there. I'm
sure
close.
you watched some of Nebraska's opponents, whatever you can.
I mean, unfortunately I can't hardly watch any of Nebraska's games because they're all on BTN Plus.
Yeah.
And I will not give Tone my money.
Holding Husker fans hostage since 20 whatever.
Yeah.
11.
But yeah, I mean, I peruse the webs and check out my favorite follows and
this Rock Tulowski guy.
It'll get there. Believe me, it'll ramp up quick here in a little bit.
Couple of great tweets back to back on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed that I think John's going to dig. First, Jed says 122 days, so we can start the 100-day countdown pretty soon. That's exciting.
We can't start anything.
And then Kevin Kugler, the voice of the UFL, writes,
"Whoa,
glad to tune in and hear that summer is over. Football starts now. Let's go." Good to hear from you, Kevin.
Kevin's the last person that should be like looking forward to things.
Why?
Well, he's an old man. He's a very old man.
Are you older than he is?
No, he's much older than I am.
I don't think that's true.
Inside, he's very old.
Inside.
Very old.
So he has an old soul?
Yeah.
You have an old body.
He's like a Sith Lord, man.
Is that true? Yeah. Well, he loves Palpatine.
Which would you rather have, an old soul or an old body? Old soul, right?
Oh, yeah, easily.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can live with a old soul, man.
Yeah, for sure. I work with a lot of old souls.
You have.
Connor Happer.
Besides, why would Kevin want to fast forward through the excitement that is the UFL? I accidentally stumbled on a UFL game the other day.
How'd that go?
Wow, how'd you do that?
Good question.
It was, on YouTube, sometimes it doesn't default to the last channel you watch.
It's like the channel you watch the most, probably.
And for some reason, this game was either on Fox or ABC. I don't remember which channel had it, but
nice.
But I spent
Was Kevin on the call?
No, he was not.
So it was the ABC game?
Could have been. But it was fun to be able to count the fans.
Yeah.
Just go, wow, this game is on national television.
It is.
That's why nobody went.
There are 6 people in the stands, and this game is on national television.
Now, I'm not a TV rating
There are
guy.
more people at Nebraska softball.
That's true.
And that game was on national television.
I wonder how many people watch. Okay, here we go. The UFL kickoff 2 weeks ago. Guess how many?
On which network?
This was on Fox.
Saturday, I assume. Saturday afternoon.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Sunday, April the 5th.
Ooh, that was not Masters weekend, right?
This was
Good question.
April. It was Masters week.
Ooh, I'm going to say 880.
I was thinking 725.
Yeah, you ended up being right, John. It was an 800,000 range.
Nice.
Wow, that's wild.
And that's a lot more than I would have expected.
That is a lot of people. Think about that. Like in terms of like actual TV audiences, that is nothing. But in terms of a sport, a league that no one cares about, that is a lot of people just to watch something that they have zero opinions on.
Correct.
Because when I watch basketball, I have opinions on it.
Sure.
I have opinion. I had teams I was rooting for in all 3 games last night. All 3 of the teams I wanted to win won, oddly enough. Shout out to me. But I can't imagine just turning on. I guess I have watched a little UFL though. I like supporting Kevin and Adrian Martinez, friend of the Grum.
Oh.
Is he still playing it? I thought he was.
I don't know. I'm talking about 2 years ago.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's the last
good,
UFL game.
I've
Good point.
I've been following the Houston Gamblers because one of their quarterbacks is Hunter Deckers from Iowa Western. And
Got to support him.
That's true. Good
yeah.
point.
What do you think of this idea from Aaron and Papillion? If Kevin's still listening, maybe he could try this. You need to have Kevin do a word of the day on his broadcast like John did a few years ago.
oh,
He could do a word of the game. What word would you want Kevin to say on his next UFL broadcast? I know he has one coming up soon. I talked to him the other day.
Let's see.
What if it was something like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
No, I want something that's unique, but not like
I mean, that's
that ridiculous.
Okay.
I mean, that's like
subtle. You want subtle.
yeah, you do want subtle.
Okay.
Quirk.
Quark.
Quirk.
Quirk.
Wait.
Q-U-A-R-K.
What's quark?
Oh, quark.
It's like an atom, right?
Like an A-T-O-M?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fundamental particles in the building blocks of matter.
Okay. If he can figure out a way to work quark into the broadcast.
I like this. This is good. Quark.
And what does it mean?
It's a type of elementary particle and a fundamental constituent of matter.
Like
Like a lineman could be a quark.
Yeah. Or
Quark
if you had the
combined to
building
form
blocks of a good
composite
team.
particles
Yeah.
called
Mhm.
hadrons.
Hadron Collider.
So if he was like, yeah, this team is looking for quarks.
Yeah.
What if he went to the coach and was like, have you found any quarks for this
Quarks?
team? The
Oh, yeah, it's a quirky team, Kev.
What does that mean? And then he explains it to him. And then what if a coach heard that and was like, I'm going to start applying this to our team. We need quarks.
Quarks.
The building blocks of the universe. We need that for our team.
Now, which one of us has to bite the bullet
Mm.
and watch the broadcast to see if he gets in the word quark?
I nominate Jake.
Can you just do the transcription of the game and control F?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the problem is, will the closed caption person know?
Quark or quirk?
They'll probably
They
think
would
he was
write it
saying
as quirk.
Yeah.
They would write it as quirk.
And yeah, I don't know if we can do that.
Who's
So
he do the games with?
Great question. I don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes he's called him, I think, with like Joel Klatt.
Probably like Martin Grammatica, you know.
You think so?
I don't know that Grammatica would know quirk.
So-
Joel might.
So on Friday, oh wait, there's a bunch of games this week.
Hello.
Tomorrow on FS1, St. Louis is at Louisville. Maybe Kevin will be there. Houston is at Columbus on Friday. And then the next Fox game after that is Sunday, Birmingham at Orlando. I know he's doing one of those games. I just don't remember which
A
one.
quark.
Quark.
I don't know why that's the word that popped into my head.
That's a great one.
I'd literally never even heard of that word.
I'm happy to help.
For some reason, I thought it meant something. I thought it was a measurement of time or
Yeah.
something.
Kevin says, just assume I said quark since none of you will be watching to confirm it. I will watch. I will watch. I will be on the
You'll
lookout
watch
for-
the whole game.
Well, if it's Sunday, I can't because I'm running the marathon. But if it's tomorrow,
Well, how
well,
long-
tomorrow I got to watch.
DVR,
Have you gotten that
unlimited
slow?
DVR.
You'll
No, I
be
hope
done
not.
before that game is over.
I guess that's true.
on.
I could be home tomorrow. I have to watch our movie for Movie Club, so I won't be able to.
What is the movie?
Shin Godzilla.
Shin Godzilla?
Oh, that's right. John has to read a movie.
Oh, will they not have overdubs?
I don't know.
He probably would switch it if he can.
I mean, again, it's just pointless. If I'm watching an action movie, I need to be watching the action, not reading the words.
Well, good thing during the action there won't be any words.
What if there is? What if it's what if it's like a real good trash talking fight?
Between Godzilla and
Godzilla.
the humans?
Yeah,
And
like
the
when
buildings he's destroying.
Clubber Lang was
Huh.
taunting Rocky during the fight.
I hadn't thought of
You
that.
know, how am I supposed to watch him punch him in the face when I'm reading his taunts?
Good question.
Godzilla shouts.
By the way,
I ain't hear no bell.
Kevin is doing so.
I had no bell.
I mentioned 3 games. Kevin is doing all 3 of those
Good
games.
God.
He's traveling all over America.
What?
He's going to Kentucky.
Oh my
He's going to
God.
Ohio, and he's going to Florida.
Oh
What
my
are you
God.
trying to prove, Kevin?
You know what happened? Here's what happened. Hey, yeah, this is Kurt Menefee. I'm tired of doing these games. We got anybody else to get to? Put him on all three. Thanks.
Why didn't they put Gus Johnson on one of those games?
Chicago, don't you put me on those games.
Amazing. Wow, that's awesome.
I can't believe he's doing all three.
It's a lot.
What
Wait,
cities were
there
they
was
in?
Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Is that
Thursday,
right?
Friday, Sunday.
Oh my God.
One of them was in Louisville.
Louisville, Columbus, Ohio, and Orlando, Florida.
Okay,
Oh my
Louisville to Columbus
God.
isn't
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah. Now, sometimes though, with
Yeah,
these,
come on, this is the UFFL.
Ooh, what a week to be in Columbus. Though.
You know,
what a week to be in Louisville.
sometimes,
It's in Louisville?
On Thursday.
yeah. Well, the game is.
Man.
Well, sometimes I don't know if you guys know.
I mean, I'm sure they probably booked his hotel. and
Well,
stuff,
sometimes with
stuff
some
like
of
that.
these big broadcasts, people do it from home. So he might be, in his basement, in his home office.
I hope so, man, because that is torturous.
If he was there with all the horses,
Well, that'd be a hell of a lot better than having to go to 3 UFL
made the wrong
games.
turn, and suddenly
The,
he's at the
the
Derby.
attendance today is 1,714 people, 2,000 horses.
Aaron and Papillion says, don't they play all of them in Birmingham? No, according to
Not anymore.
on the UFL website, yeah, Lynn Family Stadium is the Louisville one. Historic Crew Stadium, that's where the soccer team plays.
The
in
St.
years
Louis still
past,
plays at
but
the
I don't
Ed
know.
Dome, right?
Do they
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they do. What else
Yeah.
are they using that
How
place for?
empty is that?
No,
Well, they're
no,
all in.
The Battlehawks
No way.
take great pride in being like,
Freaks.
when
I mean,
all-
they still only get like 20,000 fans, but it's
But-
Hey, you have to
20,000.
fill up the
It's-
bottom.
It's
Yeah.
20,000 more than the other
they
teams.
take great pride in attending Battlehawks games.
That is crazy.
I don't know
the-
much about the UFL, but I know that.
It's now called the Dome at America's Center.
Yeah, that's right, Ed. That's because Ed said, you know what? There's nothing going on in this building. We're pulling our sponsorship.
Is that what they the America's Center? Is that what they call St. Louis? I never even
No,
heard of it.
America's Center is like it's like the district that the stadium.
Oh, okay. I see.
Where is that in
naming it-
relation to the Arch? Is
Oh,
it
it's
right
not-
there?
Not terribly far.
Okay.
Here, I'll look.
If my map's correct, I'll hold up my hand. So Busch Stadium is down here, the Arch is here next to the river,
Mhm.
and the Dome is up here.
Oh, okay.
Let's look.
If I remember correctly.
Busch Stadium to the Dome is not even a mile.
Right.
Whoa.
Okay. And
I
where
mean,
did you
they're
say
all
the
pretty
Arch
close.
was?
Okay.
And the Arch is right there along
Yeah.
the river.
Oh, okay. Wow. Good job by you, John. By the way, first game at home this year against the DC Defenders, 31,000 fans. Second game at home, 20,000 fans. So we'll see.
Was
And then they played on the road otherwise. They've been on
it's
the
like
road a
old
lot.
Nebraska baseball sports information people counting these. That's how they used to count fans at the Buck. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. That's
Nice.
what they would
I mean,
put
I
down.
guess you could do that if you just fill up sections at a time.
Can't believe they're making him do 3 games in 4
He
days.
gets to do 3
Gets,
games.
yeah.
Look, man, when you were a young broadcaster, you would have done anything.
Yeah, but
to
I'm not a
call-
young broadcaster, and neither is he.
Going back to the age conversation from 2
Right.
minutes
I
ago.
mean,
Hmm.
at least with the College World Series, you were in the same booth, and you were within a 20-minute drive of home.
yeah,
Here, you're having to fly into Louisville during
Unless
the
he's at-
busiest week of the year.
unless he's at home.
And then what's the second game?
Columbus. And then
In
Orlando,
Columbus. And then where?
Ohio, or Orlando.
Orlando.
Go to Disney World.
Man, that's another place that's not really fun to be in.
I have only
So
gone to
busy.
Orlando once and I hated it.
Yeah, it's really
Flying
busy.
in and out of that place sucked.
Yeah, it
I've been
wasn't
twice.
fun.
My parents took me to Disney
Yeah.
once during a Magic Rockets finals. One of those summers.
1995.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think
Tell
we
you,
should
that town
change.
loved the Magic.
I think we should
Dude.
change our word for Kevin.
To what?
I don't know, but
No, quark is a great
Yeah.
word. You want him to say magic?
no.
Oh, Magic's too easy.
Yeah, way too easy. That play was magic.
Yeah.
Anybody can do magic. Quark.
Quark. Okay.
Quark. I like the word.
Fine.
Wow. Josh,
I mean, he might need to take the kill me now drop with him.
you think so?
Oh yeah. Especially going into the third quarter of that last game.
Oh man, that's
Just
gonna be
like-
great. The line play in the UFL I hear is awesome.
Is it? Okay.
It's like Nebraska.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. If they don't have enough good linemen for the NFL, imagine what it's like at the next level.
That's
now.
true. Good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
That's good.
not
Yeah,
great.
either
Yeah.
way.
All right.
That's the crossover.
Josh, I can't believe it. We talked off air. We're like, let's just keep it short. Since
Yeah,
Josh has been
because
talking to
you've
himself
been-
for 4 hours.
you-
I was just
It's
happy
not
to
like
talk to
you
another
didn't-
person.
It's just you. Oh, that's true. But
you know,
I mean,
normally people come in and like, oh, you're by yourself, or oh my gosh, how you doing? Can I get you in? Nobody even like came into the studio today.
Well,
I
that
literally
sucks.
have not talked to another person since
One of our
crossover.
coworkers is just about to leave. That's a bummer. I figure she might come and stop by.
Yeah, I
and say
thought
hello.
so for sure.
Oh man. All right. Well, maybe next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
You're
have a great
welcome.
day.
Have a
a
good
good
show. What's on
one.
the show today?
Max
Not to
Olson.
spoil the next
Max-
Yeah,
segment.
Max Olson's going to join
Max
us.
Olson's going to be here. Baseball fans are going to be triggered. Maybe they won't want the regional here after all.
How many segments will John rant about the NCAA tournament expansion? It could be 4.
Nah, just one.
Just one segment.
Just one.
It's nice to know that like everybody is in agreement with us.
Yeah.
I feel like
Oh
this
my
is like
God!
The world against
you're a
Seth
politician-
This is actually more of a landslide than 2014 playoff.
I
was.
feel like if you are a politician right now getting ready for the midterms, like go out and just be like,
Oh.
and how about tournament expansion? And I think you get a lot of cheers. A lot of confused people like, I don't know what you're talking about. But
Why do you care about that?
the
sir?
sports fans in the audience, I think would be like thumbs up. Good
Yeah.
take.
yeah.
I'm serious. I've seen nobody except for Seth Davis like this idea.
Oh yeah.
Nobody. So
And I think Seth Davis only likes it because
well, yeah, why does he like it?
I don't know.
Because he's been pushing it's an idea of his, and so he's like, if people like it.
Hey, Seth, we really want to get people on board with this, and we think you're the right person to champion this tournament expansion.
That is
idea.
awesome if that would happen. So yeah, those things and more.
Okay, looking
Yeah.
forward to it.
A lot
Thanks,
of good
Josh.
stuff. That is
Thanks,
Josh Odson. That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Can we make today's Grum a happy new year?
The whole show again?
Well, that's what we were told yesterday was.
And that'll kill a lot of time in around the holiday season.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Happy New Year!
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Just noticed up here we got the Guardians-Rays game on, and the Guardians are doing a Star Wars night.
Everybody does the Star Wars
They
thing.
do, but
May the 4th be with you. Ha ha ha.
and this is coming from a Star Wars person.
Yeah.
Has
Yes, it's Jump the Shark.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. Big time.
where it's just like, I don't. And it depends on what Star Wars you're talking about. Classic Star Wars, people seem to like that, but you do anything new Star Wars, unless it's Baby Yoda, then it's like,
Oh, he's so cute.
Man,
the rest of it's like,
it's funny you mentioned
people get
that.
mad.
New movie's coming out.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
I listened to a
I
podcast.
think your doohickeys on there.
What? Oh, is that on? How did that happen?
Oh.
All right. I was listening to a podcast. There's this movie pod I listen to, and occasionally, remember last year when you joined Jack and I and Shafe, we did that Husker Games draft. Where we drafted Nebraska games.
I do.
I got my ass cleaned. Whoops, I guess. Clock cleaned, and I combined clock and ass clean. I got my ass cleaned and my clock whooped. Anyway,
Thanks, Dan.
yeah, I got the idea from this podcast. It's called The Big Picture. And so this week they did a Star Wars draft. And so they had normal categories of like movies, but they did some really fun stuff along the way. And they, throughout the conversation, they occasionally talked about the Mandalorian and Grogu. Is that what it's called?
That's the new one coming up.
And
this
no
month.
offense to anyone who's
next month.
excited, especially if they're in this room. I have zero desire to see this movie. Absolutely none, which I've never had for a Star Wars movie in my whole life.
I would agree. Yeah,
Don't want to see it.
I'm with
Did you
you.
see any of like the last season of The Mandalorian?
Yes, and
Yeah,
that's
just
why
was
I
bad.
don't have excitement
that's-
for The Mandalorian.
I'm probably gonna see it, but that
Yeah.
season 3 pretty much killed the excitement for me when Lizzo and Jack Black showed up. I was like, "What are we doing?"
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I will probably see it when it's on Disney Plus, but I will not pay my 12 American hard-earned dollars to see it on the big
It's
screen.
only 12.
Well,
It's
I
probably
guess,
like
yeah,
15 now.
that's
I bet it's gonna
probably
be more than
true.
You
that.
don't go on a
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
awful.
I'd go on a Tuesday if I was
Smart
going to see it
man.
for $6. So I will not even pay $6. I will see it on the small screen.
And I hate to be one of those. It's not like it was when I was a kid. I don't
No,
want
it's
to be
not like it
one of
was when
those.
I was a younger adult.
But I don't know. It's just kind of lost its allure.
And I'm not a total hater of the new movies. Like some people despise everything new with Star Wars, the Disney Star Wars. I liked episode 7. I grew to really like episode 8. I liked Rogue One, and Andor is my favorite piece of Star Wars things ever. And I didn't think Solo was that bad. I didn't like episode 9. That one I hated. And I liked Mandalorian season 1.
Yeah.
I liked Mandalorian season 2. Not so much season 3. So again, I'm not totally out.
Okay.
Not totally, but I am out on the movie. I will not be seeing the movie.
All right. Well, the Grum Down is presented by us, the
Yeah.
people.
Yes, it is.
And hello to everyone out there in central Nebraska.
Shout
97.7
out.
The Zone.
We love you.
Hastings, Kearney, Grand Island,
Holdridge,
and surrounding communities.
Axtell,
Donovan, Aurora. Huskers.
Ogallala,
No, that's too far.
Shadron,
That is also too far.
Denver.
Even further.
Oh, my bad.
Huskers walk-off Wildcats.
Suck on that, KSU.
We're going to have some Calandria conversations.
Wow, I don't know if I've ever put out a tweet that has gotten so many responses as the one that I put out about Calandria.
You want another one that'll get a lot of responses?
Yes.
Quote the top 50 NFL draft picks of the last 15 years. That'll get a lot of attention.
I saw that someone stole your research.
They did.
And didn't give you any credit.
They did.
They
monsters.
absolutely
did. What is this? And by the way, college football alerts.
Yeah. See, what kind of nonstop nonsense
and they
is
did
this?
the whole. They did the whole. It's got to be a 3-tweet thread where they use a big design screenshot. First one, it shows a picture of Emmett Johnson. NFL draft drought, and then the next one is what's the next one? Next one is Nebraska football hasn't had a top 50 NFL draft pick in 15 years since the 2011 NFL draft. They really need to talk to some folks here in town about shortening these things up.
Yeah.
And then the third one, they are one of 3 Power 4 programs not to have a top 50 NFL draft pick since the 2011 draft.
Hey, College Football Alerts, where'd you get that idea, jerks?
No, they stole it from me.
From John Bishop.
It's funny because I just a few hours ago, I quote tweeted it.
I saw that.
With, why did you pick such an arbitrary time frame?
Uh-huh. Did they respond to you?
No.
Oh.
But viewer John, who follows College Football Alerts, said, that is your takeaway from this?
Got him. That's pretty funny.
Yes, that was my takeaway. That my arbitrary timeline, which was actually McMaster's arbitrary timeline that I just took and ran with, is arbitrary. Totally and completely arbitrary. And now I have Kansas and Kansas State fans fighting in my mentions. This is ridiculous.
Wow. I love this.
Ridiculous.
Bad Takes Doug. Hey, Champions League is on right now. Live. Turn off crappy early season baseball. Atletico Madrid versus Arsenal. Seriously.
No.
Nice. I thought you were going to say I don't care. And I was going to say that's a Thursday segment.
76 teams. Let's celebrate some mediocrity.
Again, you're going to hold this to one segment?
Yep.
Don't believe it, but I'm interested in seeing
I'm going to hold
how
Max
you
Olson
do.
to one segment.
Well, that's true. He'll join us in a few minutes.
Maybe the Huskers shouldn't have walked off the Wildcats last night because now we have big Husker baseball regional ticket overreaction.
Dude, people are starting to have some takes about Mr. Yogurt. They're saying, what are you doing? What about the rank and file fan?
Remember yesterday when I complimented him and in the administration. I think they've done pretty well.
Are you going to walk that back?
Well, I mean, they still have done pretty well.
Nebraska's one of 3 programs to be mean to their fans.
Here is where they have stepped on their ying-yings.
Ying-yings.
What is a competitive excellence fee?
I have no idea.
Well,
I have
Nebraska's
literally
not
no
the
idea.
only athletic department looking for money.
Okay.
Inappropriate love.
Wow.
Love is capitalized.
It's amazing. His last name is Love. It is like the weirdest part of the whole
very,
story.
very
I mean,
weird.
that's not the weirdest part, but it's a part.
It is a dumb debates day.
I just got one from Mustache Adam that I think will be quite good.
We've gotten some good ones today, including one from Michael Severe. One that I found on Twitter. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get to them all, but like I said, when it comes to dumb debates, we can archive. A lot of these are not date specific.
Yeah, that's true.
So keep sending us your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank
I mean, you can't
inbox.
Yeah, you can.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring or the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Oh, no. I thought you were going to give us a new one.
Nah, you haven't sent me one that you want me to use yet.
Oh, John, come on, man. You're too busy debating College Football Alerts underscore.
I'm busy.
Hey, I'll get Nick on it.
All right. No, perfect.
Don't you worry.
He's going to really appreciate that when we tell him we hate his drop. I got an email critical of that drop.
I did too.
Yeah, saying turn it down.
I did too.
Also, it's a bad one.
Also, what is a dirty soda?
Oh, wow. What the hell? What are you doing?
I saw this today. Believe it or not, there are Starbucks locations that have closed.
Yeah, multiple ones in Omaha.
Incredible. I thought this place was like printing money.
I made Travis Justice really mad one time when I said their coffee sucks. So it's time to do it again. Travis, their coffee is ass. Terrible coffee. They burn it on purpose. I don't understand why everybody loves it. I want to start a company where I just burn things that shouldn't be burned, and people are like, cool, I want that. Seriously. Hey, you want some Sprite but burnt? Yeah, that sounds great.
You suppose
Can you burn pop?
Do you suppose Mr. and Mrs. Starbucks or whoever invented Starbucks,
Mr. Bucks.
Mr. Bucks?
Yeah.
They became so enamored with Kansas City burnt ends. Is like, man, we should do this with everything.
Burnt ends, but for coffee.
Let's try burnt ends, but with coffee.
And then it worked. It's like
It
the guy who
somehow
invented
worked.
the pet rock.
Exactly.
How did that work?
I don't know.
Unreal.
And I don't dislike the Starbucks as much as you do. I can handle
hate
it.
it.
But
I like supporting local.
But anyway, there's a location there on 72nd Street that is closing near 72nd and Dodge.
Yeah.
I was reading this. Thank you, For You tab. Another fine thing that I found on the For You tab, because it's for me.
Yeah.
For you is for
I don't want to
me.
know what your algo is giving you. I
Well,
shudder to think.
This is what they're giving me. This is from the Grow Omaha. Grow Omaha, they do like
Yeah, they
business stuff here
Yeah, it's
in
always
Omaha.
like, hey, dude, my neck of the woods is getting some stuff. And Grow Omaha keeps talking about it. Shout out.
So they're replacing this location, this Starbucks location, with a dirty soda shop.
Ba-da-da.
I mean, what is a
Ba-da-da.
dirty soda shop?
Well, I already got the answer. Somebody texted us literally anticipating where you were taking this
That's
conversation.
too bad, because I got all kinds of visions of what a dirty soda shop is.
Yeah.
Dirty soda shop will let you go to third base on the first date.
Nice. Shout out.
Dirty soda shop has a potty mouth.
I would like that.
Dirty soda shop dresses like a Puerto Rican hua.
Whoa.
Well, that's a line from Sopranos. Yeah.
Mhm. Nice.
I never liked
Puerto Rican.
Phil Leotardo, but he had some of the best lines in that show.
Terrible person, but great character.
You dress like a Puerto Rican hua.
Man, you do a pretty good Phil.
Apparently, a dirty soda is sodas mixed with cream, syrups, or fruit. So that means a cherry Coke is a dirty soda.
Yeah, somebody texted
That's
in.
what it says. It's a soda.
Well, now
mixed with
Ryan
cream,
says-
syrups, or fruit.
Yeah, dirty soda is a soda with coffee creamer added. That's gross. What kind of ass is that? Hey, can I get a Mountain Dew with some coffee creamer? What kind of freak are you?
These are we got some weird people out there. The whole coffee world has
Black
changed
coffee.
so many people.
Black coffee, baby.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
Every once in a great while, I might put some of that hazelnut creamer in it.
Every once in a while.
Once in a while, and
Yeah.
not very often.
Red Minnesota says, is the adjective dirty referring to the soda or the shop? That's a great question.
Ooh, what if you went into what if it's nice sodas, you know, the kind of sodas you'd take home to meet your parents.
A soda next door.
I mean,
so to
these are the
speak.
types of sodas that you wouldn't want to take home to meet your parents.
What if, we talk often about spite stores. What if you opened a
Mm.
place that was the dirty soda? So you did the soda
Ooh.
that's dirty, but your shop was dirty, Scantily clad, those types of situations.
Oh, yeah. Topless sodas.
Exactly. See, you could do that, a topless soda, and people go, oh, what's this? And then it's just a soda without a label. And then you have to guess on what you have to do a taste test.
So now I guess this is the thing now. I mean, we've gone from coffee places like sprouting up like dandelions in spring all across the country, local, national, and then what do they call the Akai CI? What do they call the AC? It's the ones with
Air conditioning.
The ones with the tapioca, the drinks with the tapioca in it.
Yeah, I know kind of what you're talking about. No idea.
But those are like popping up all over the place. And then now we got all the gourmet cookie shops. And now we're doing dirty sodas. What's next? What's next?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't know, man.
Acai?
Acai. Is that
Acai.
Acai. Thank you.
Says
Every time I
Adam.
see it, I'm like, what? How do you say that?
Bubble tea? Boba
Boba tea,
What on
basically it's mixing tapioca pudding in with your
my soda?
with your drink.
What on earth?
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick
Hey,
to
you
coffee.
know what sounds like a good idea? I got me. It's it's like how
It's like when
it's how they created the Reese's cup. Guy walking down the street eating a random jar of peanut butter. Guy walking down the street eating a chocolate bar, and then they crash into
smash
each other.
into
It's
each
like,
other.
oh, you got my peanut butter and my chocolate. Oh, you got my chocolate and my peanut butter. No, this is a guy walking down the street eating his tapioca pudding and another guy drinking an iced tea. Bam, they hit each other. And, oh, no, look, he got the tapioca in my tea.
That's better than what Matt did last year during the College World Series when he somehow combined Gatorade and coffee. Don't ask why. Gross.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, he did it up outside the booth.
That is gross.
Back up to you in the booth.
That is gross.
Yeah, indeed it is.
But we love Matt.
We love Matt. I hope he's feeling better. Matt, get to feeling better.
Yeah, don't. I mean, when you're not feeling well, don't mix the tapioca with your
coffee
great Gatorade
or your soda.
Just drink the Gatorade.
Yeah, don't mix any of that crap.
Just drink the Gatorade.
Yeah.
402-951-1620. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I mentioned the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. When we continue, it is. Did it get stuck?
Yeah, I got stuck. That was awful.
I found it enjoyable.
It just kept going.
Yep.
Well, that's what happens when you give old man Doug a tea with tapioca in it. He just goes off. He just goes off and says, get this pudding out of my tea.
He never shuts up.
Max Olson of ESPN will join us next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. We have not spent a lot of time on this. I know it was part of my hot take market yesterday, but former Cincinnati quarterback, now Texas Tech quarterback, now no longer active on the Texas Tech roster because he is in a residential treatment program for a gambling addiction, Brendan Sorsby, who is alleged to have made a lot of different bets and has bet on his team. Now, this is going back to his freshman days when he did not play at Indiana. This is before he transferred to Cincinnati. Certainly, it has made quite the rounds, and there's a lot of speculating on whether or not he's going to have a college football career left. My guess is he probably will not, but it's been quite the story, and it's one that has rippled across the country, especially given the influx of more sports gambling into college sports. Well, Max Olson, who, of course, covers college football for ESPN and a good friend of the Grum, joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Max, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me.
Judging by the reports of how much and how often Sorsby is alleged to have gambled, this is obviously a very serious problem. Do we know if Sorsby was or is facing financial problems?
Oh, it's a good question. I mean, certainly he's set to be one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the country this year at Texas Tech. Somewhere in that $4 to $5 million range. I think one thing that we certainly need more details on at this time is just kind of the timeline of when this betting occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, certainly it's clear that a lot of it occurred when he was at Indiana as a backup and during the Tom Allen days, and then he went to Cincinnati for the last 2 years. And I think there's already been reports that he was betting on the Hoosiers while he was on the team. Certainly, if that's true, then I think the chances of him playing this season are very, very low. But there's a lot that still has to get fleshed out in terms of how much he was betting, what was the total value, and I think clearly it shows the sophistication of where things are at these days, guys. That they can really round up all this stuff from all of the apps that a guy is using very easily nowadays.
Yes.
So, Max, there are a lot of questions, of course, that come from this. One that I know I'm asking myself, and I will now ask you, is who knew what and when? It seems like, and this is just my opinion, that some of the announcement of a couple days ago perhaps was trying to get out ahead of the story, because it didn't seem like this was that well known that he had, been in trouble or that he was being investigated. Certainly the stuff going back to 2022. But if they knew that, or if either Indiana or Cincinnati, certainly, and if Texas Tech knew, that would change the math on some of this stuff. Do you think we're going to get answers on any of those questions on who knew what and when from a university perspective?
Yeah, I think we will. I mean, to be honest with you guys, when I was doing ESPN's rankings of the top 100 players in the portal in January, I did not know about this.
Yeah.
If I did, I probably would not have put Brendan Sorsby in the number one spot. That's a tough look at the moment. I think that, obviously there's been some reporting that Cincinnati, their athletic department became aware of this perhaps last August or last fall. So certainly you have to kind of understand, to what extent did they know that this, did they know that he would have been betting on college or pro sports, or did they have any specificity on that? I know a few years ago when Iowa State and Iowa were dealing with this, it's even if you knew that these guys were part of a probe, you really have not had those details handed over by anybody to really know what you're facing. But for what it's worth, also, I think in December, and I know this from talking to, people in his camp as he was trying to figure out what to do, there was a serious consideration about going pro and trying to be, go in this draft and, can you go be the second or third quarterback picked and maybe be a second rounder with how light this quarterback draft was. So I think if he knew the severity of this stuff at that time, I think he probably would have gone pro. So I think, or at least if everybody involved here did, then that would have probably been a different decision at that time. So, I think that certainly in the last few weeks, this has become a lot more serious for Texas Tech and for Cincinnati, but I certainly don't think that Joey McGuire and Cody Campbell and all those guys knew what they were looking at here in December when they're trying to get a deal done with him.
Max Olson of ESPN joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. How nervous do you think coaches are around the sport that they have athletes also with a gambling problem? I've heard many people this week write or say this is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to college athletes and their involvement with gambling.
Yeah, and I felt that way since the Iowa State stuff a few years ago, and certainly there was, a lot of concerns about like how is that data gathered and stuff like that. But ultimately, when you turn over those rocks at those schools, you found a lot of student athletes and staff members that were participating in this stuff. And I think like if we're being honest about kind of the state of things right now, and this is not something I participate in, but like you obviously the app-based betting is so gamified now and is spread throughout the country that like I think this probably is a problem everywhere in college athletics, and it's just a matter of like, can you figure out a way to like, do you want to know the answer to that question, and do you want to be able to kind of capture that and try and do something about that? I think it's something that is that's probably very difficult, and it's something that I think if you're an athletic director or head coach, probably something that you should be concerned about and probably losing a little bit of sleep about is like if the day came that we had our reckoning with that, then that would probably turn over a bunch of people too.
Max, there's been so much chatter about the ghost transfer stuff, and the NCAA in a rarity, they were kind of proactive rather than reactive, I think, ahead of the end of spring ball, trying to make sure like this is not going to be something that happens. That said, if there was ever a school that was going to try to challenge it, it would be Tech, given they do have a lot of money, but of course their coach could also get suspended for like half of the season. I wonder what you were expecting to happen now with this. If, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, if Sorsby is ruled ineligible, what do they do next at that quarterback position? Do they try to challenge that new legislation?
Well, I don't think Texas Tech is like totally out of luck and totally screwed at quarterback if Brendan Sorsby cannot play this year. It is a pretty unique situation though, because they really feel like Will Hammond is the future at quarterback. That's why they took a 1-year transfer. Will Hammond's a young guy who came in and played really well on the road against Utah last year. He had to step in a bunch of games when Barry Morton was dealing with injuries last season, and really showed promise, like legitimate dual threat player who I think adds some stuff to their offense. But he suffered a torn ACL at the end of October, and so he's still recovering from that. And I know earlier this spring, Joe McGuire said, like, best case scenario, he's back like week 3. So, like, probably we're looking at, mid to late September, ideally, in terms of getting him back. So, I think they have a lot of confidence in Will Hammond. And if that rehab is going well and according to schedule and all that, then I think they're going to feel fine about, like, I think they're probably going to feel like with all that they've added to this roster this year, even with, replacing 9 NFL draft picks, I think they probably feel like, hey, they're still set with Will Hammond to go, repeat as in the Big 12. But certainly it's going to take maybe a bridge to get to that. They brought in Kirk Francis from Tulsa. I think at this time, like, I'd be surprised. There's still a few guys, like I think by my count, like 15 scholarship guys that are still stuck in the portal at quarterback. You take a look at those. You take a look at junior college or Division II. I think probably if they're going to operate from the assumption that Brendan Sorsby can't play this season, I think they're still fine with their room, and I don't think that they're going to do something dramatic and then take off the NCAA on all of that as well. I could be wrong, but I think they do still have a lot of faith in a healthy Will Hammond.
ESPN's Max Olson joining us. I was following you over the weekend on Twitter with the NFL draft, and as you pointed out, there were only 14 players from the G6 taken in the draft, while there were 39 players taken from Power 4 programs after transferring from a G6 school. Is this just more evidence that the G6 needs to be worried about being further squeezed out as this college landscape changes so dramatically?
Yeah, when I talk to GMs and coaches from some of those conferences, like a few years ago, they'd say, like, man, this really sucks. Like, I feel like we're just dealing with tampering all the time. I feel like we're kind of getting treated like we're, minor league baseball here to these guys. And you want to fight against that. And now I think it's just accepted. It's just like, it is what it is. Like, if you find a great player in high school recruiting, hopefully you can keep them for a year or two. But certainly, all these Power 4 programs, they have, these deep scouting staffs that are evaluating everybody across the country, and they just have way more money to offer. I mean, some of these guys, like, for example, some of these guys that Texas Tech brought in last year, who are really impact players, they came from Group of 5 schools where they were making maybe $25,000 or $50,000, and they're going to Texas Tech and making $800 or $900. I mean, it's just not even it's not even close. There's not even really a thought process or a conversation to be had about that kind of stuff. And so, there certainly, I think at that level, like it's just a deal where like if you've got great players, you got to win now. And if you're a coach who's got great players and you're trying to move up, like you got to capitalize on your momentum, because you just don't get a 4 or 5 year run with a roster anymore. Because when you're successful, people just look through your depth chart and take what they want.
Max, the other thing you pointed out, new record set in terms of guys who transferred, getting picked in the NFL draft. It was 123, 48% of all draft picks, a jump of 41 players over the course of 2 years. I will be honest though, when I saw that number, 48% of guys transferred, I thought it was a little low. Obviously next year it's going to go above 50%, which will be the first time. And so like new records will continue to be set. But in a way, am I wrong in being like a little surprised that still more than half of draft picks in 2026 did not transfer at all in their college career?
Yeah, you could probably look at it at half full for sure in terms of like just the real NFL prospects, like, generally understand like they don't need to transfer to impress anybody, like especially with the way things are set up now, like schools are going to pay their best guys to stay for 3 or 4 years. And so, I think a lot of cases, if you're a guy who's like starting as a freshman, you're probably not bailing out unless there's a coaching change or something dramatic happens. And so, yeah, I think those true draft prospects that you kind of know it as a freshman or as a sophomore, those guys are not maybe totally still motivated to transfer, but you see a ton of players on the move. I think, certainly this year's draft class is a group that's pretty much had, the unlimited transfers here for the last 2 or 3 years. And so, you expect that they've just been able to make extra moves, or they've had a COVID year, or they've just, had plenty of chances to make moves. And so, one thing that did surprise me and continues to surprise me, if you go through it, there's also still like, as much as everyone's recruiting the portal and fighting over all the same guys, like there's still a lot of guys coming out of Iowa Western and a lot of guys that are making a stop at the junior colleges before kind of climbing that ladder to the FBS level. So, you can still kind of find it from all over the place, but certainly I think all this adds to, like, you take the G5 stuff, like, I think it just adds to a level of concern here that just like everybody's going to look at this now and say, we need to be in the Big Ten or in the SEC to have a better shot at being drafted. And I think agents probably look at it that way. And I'm sure high school recruits do too.
Hard to believe. It's been a month since Nebraska spring football ended.
Huh.
But most spring footballs have ended or will be within the next week or two. I'm curious, is there a team this offseason that is your interest piqued?
I mean, there's a few where I think you could, as we sit here today, you would say like they have to make the college football playoff this year. Like I think LSU obviously is one of them, just with the investment they've made in the roster. And you might say like that's not fair. It's year one. They got to set a culture and all that kind of stuff. But I think when you're the biggest spender in the game, then people expect to get immediate results with that. And certainly when you bring in the premium players they have, I think same thing with USC. I think Lincoln Riley has said they're in their championship window now. In year 5, I think it is for him. Like they went out and signed a number 1 recruiting class. They certainly are spending like they've never spent before, and they have Mayava back. Like I think USC is another one, just like high level of pressure of like this has got to be one of those years where you really go out and do it. And I think last year, guys, when you look at some of those teams where we just were like they're obviously going to be playoff teams. Some of them were like LSU or Clemson or Penn State, where we were just dead wrong. So I'm interested to see how some of those live up to that type of pressure from the jump here.
Max, last one from me. I don't know if you had a chance to listen or read the words that Troy Dannon said last week about NIL when they talked about the Big Red rebuild, but it was, I don't know, it certainly made waves locally, saying basically, I don't think people realize what NIL is today. It isn't the days of everybody writing a check, and it landed a certain way around here, just given it does seem like that is still happening elsewhere, but it's not at Nebraska. What did you make of what Troy Dannon said?
Yeah, it's funny. Like I cover this stuff on a daily basis in terms of how portal and how roster building and NIL works. And I still think there probably is a gap in terms of like general fan understanding, because things have just changed so much every single year. And, it's an evolving market. It's evolving rules all the time. But I mean, he is right in terms of like, I understand the reflexes to say, why are we spending this much on a stadium when we want to have one of the most competitive rosters in the Big Ten? And a few years ago, it's a different conversation. And a few years ago, when Nebraska had one of the more competitive collectives out there, Nebraska had a pretty serious advantage. And so now, if you want someone to write a check, that check is going to rev share. And so, the struggle right now, and obviously Russ is going through arbitration with the CSC, but the struggle right now is how do you try and take outside money and funnel it the right way to the players? And certainly with the play fly stuff, that's been a struggle. And so, I think Matt Rule obviously would love to live in a world where Nebraska's roster is at 40 million plus. And I think that they think that the top Big Ten teams are there. And, that's where you can kind of have that debate of like, okay, do they need to be more successful to get to that level, or do they need to just be given that like Texas Tech was, and then it'll happen? I think it's a tough thing right now where it's not just about, hey, donate to the collective and it'll show up in the roster. Now it's a lot more complex in terms of how do you funnel this money to your players, and certainly with the CSC stuff right now, that has been a difficulty.
Max Olson of ESPN. Max, thank you again for joining us on this wonderful Wednesday. Have a great week.
Take care, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Max.
Max Olson joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Going back to Brendan Sorsby, it's been thought that maybe if he is done playing college football, that he could get into the NFL supplemental draft. Well, according to the folks that are tied into that process, Sorsby would have to be ruled ineligible by June. Then he has to apply to the NFL, and the league would have to approve him before entering the supplemental draft. And as Max mentioned earlier, there was talk in the offseason, maybe he just forgets about another year of college and goes right to the pros. Can you imagine if he had taken that path? This stuff would have come out. People would have known about it. It would have been interesting to see how it was handled, thinking back to the Reuben Baines stuff. Totally different subject, but still, it was stuff behind the scenes that not a lot of people knew about until the draft process started, and then we found out about it late. But when it comes to gambling, the league is a little bit more sensitive to those types of things. My gut would be that the NFL would probably not approve him. Let's just say he gets ruled ineligible tomorrow, and so he could apply by June. I don't know if the league would approve him because he's just at the beginning of this process.
And it's not like this is something the NFL wants.
And the NFL doesn't want this mess either.
So you think they don't approve him, and then he has to go into the 2027 draft, and then we figure it out by that point?
I think we have to see how this next year goes for him in terms of his rehab, and because we might be just scratching the surface on everything that he has bet on.
Well, yeah, we learned today, Pete Nakos of On3 reported that sources who reviewed the betting data told him that dating back to 2022, he has placed more than 10,000 wagers and at one point averaged 20 bets a day.
Oi!
He placed bets across multiple states using a range of gambling apps. And there was a question that we got on the text line a few minutes ago, 402-951-1620. Jeremy says, how was he betting 3 years ago before he was of age? Now, I didn't even think about that when all this news came down yesterday, but yeah, sure enough, he just turned 22 this year in January. So you're talking about the 2022 season. He would have been an 18-year-old.
Right.
Now,
he would have been underage, so the state of Indiana has possible cause here to go after some kind of a legal charge.
And here's where it gets really interesting from this perspective. The like pitch by pitch betting and those types of things, like those are usually on the apps that are quote unquote on the up and up, the ones that are, the FanDuels, the DraftKings of the world. So I wonder, was that on like a local bookie? Or was he doing it on one of those apps with somebody's login? Like those are the other, questions that come out of this too, given that he was doing this when he was, underage. You gotta be 21 to gamble. So I'm with you. I think the NFL is going to be like, no way, Jose. We don't want you right now, because it's not like this is something the NFL wants. We've seen them punish players in recent years for gambling. And you asked Max, tip of the iceberg. Given how prevalent this is among people that are Sorsby's age, I mean, it'd be a stunner if he was the only guy doing it. It'd be
there's no way in hell.
Correct.
There's no way in hell. The catch is, were they doing it on their own team? Were they doing it on their own sport? And by the way, just so everyone's understanding, according to the NCAA rules, if you are of legal age, you are allowed as an athlete to bet on UFC horse racing, NASCAR. But if the sport is sanctioned by the NCAA, you cannot bet on it. So baseball, football, basketball, volleyball, softball.
Yeah. So all the stuff he would bet on.
According to sources, Sorsby placed wagers on UFC, but also college football and MLB games. Obviously, college football, that would be a no-no. Betting on his own team is a mega no-no.
That's the reason he's not
But
going to
MLB
play.
games is a no-no.
He's not going to be able to play. And then there's the other uncomfortable part of this conversation, and I was talking about this with Mike Schaefer earlier today. Sports media has been built off of the back of FanDuel and DraftKings and those types of websites for years now.
Sure.
And if you turn on College Game Day, there is a prevalence to gambling conversation and sponsorships and all those things.
Sure.
That was not there 10 years ago, obviously. Now, that is not to say what he did wasn't wrong, because what it was. And going back 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, 40 years, you have never been able to bet on your team. Never. You can quibble and say, why can't he bet on Major League Baseball? That's stupid. I will hear you say that. You cannot bet on your own team. Period. End of story. I don't care if you bet for them to win. I don't care if you did an alternate line to cover a 60.5 point spread. It's just never been allowed, and it shouldn't be allowed.
No.
And that's where he's going to lose everybody and say, because a lot of people I think would be very forgiving of, well, you could bet on Major League Baseball. Who cares? When you bet on your own team, though, I think it's kind of toast.
Exactly.
And so that's why he's not going to be able to play anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the odds of him playing college football ever again,
0.0.
I think they are gone. I think they are long gone.
Be a stunner if he did.
We want to let you know that we have $50 worth of gift vouchers to the Woodcliff restaurant that we're giving away later this week. Probably going to do it on Friday.
Oh, what a great way to celebrate the weekend.
But you can get $50 in gift vouchers to the Woodcliff for only $25. The Woodcliff, Omaha's best outdoor patio. Great for a night out with your spouse, your significant other, or maybe a family dinner, or maybe just it's a fun gathering with friends.
Maybe your coworker,
Nah.
John Bishop.
Nah.
My coworker, John.
Get two $25 gift vouchers, a $50 value for only $25 starting Friday morning at 9 a.m. Look for the deals tab at 1620thezone.com. Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Josh, it has happened. After weeks of speculation, of rumors, of clandestine meetings, the government of Saudi Arabia has decided to cut.
I don't want to know what they're going to cut this time, John. Is it somebody's head?
No, they've just decided to pull out their knives and slice funding from Live Golf.
Oh, man, but 2 weeks ago they said that story was pretend. It wasn't real. They were here to stay forever.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Live plans to tell players by Thursday that the Saudi Public Investment Fund would end funding for Live Golf. And so,
wow,
it appears to be over. But that's all right, based on what we saw last week when we were watching it by accident.
All those 10 of those fans are going to be really sad about this.
Well,
news.
they'll be able to fund it. I'm sure those 10 fans that showed up will be able to pay the ticket prices so that, John Rahm can still make his millions of dollars.
Good luck to you, John.
Playing goofy golf with his teammates from Driver Force One or whatever the hell the names of these
smart
teams are.
people in my life that thought that this was going to be a good thing. I need to text some of these people and say, what was wrong with you?
Well, it was good for John Rahm's pocketbook.
John, I'm going to text you. What was wrong with What was wrong with you? What was wrong with you?
It's over.
All right, good. So now we never have to talk about Live again. Thank God. This makes me so happy. You don't even like golf.
Well,
we talk about Live way too much.
Well, we don't have to talk about golf, period.
This would be like if I brought up NBA topics in the midst of the show, not in content. That's what this would be like. You want to talk about the Knicks winning last night? You want to talk about the Celtics losing last night?
No.
I do. Okay. All right.
Not that I necessarily want to talk about this, but it's been a couple of years. Well, 4 to be exact.
2022.
But
Cowboys were good that year.
You remember the episode that happened with women's basketball late in the 2022 season.
I do.
In which basketball player Ashley Scoggin was alleged to have had a sexual relationship with assistant coach Chuck Love.
I can't believe that's his name.
That is his name.
I know.
Well, she has sued the university for damages because she was kicked off the team.
Yeah.
He eventually lost his job.
Yeah.
But in pretrial deposition in this lawsuit, Chuck Love admits to having a sexual relationship with Scoggin. So that much is now official and confirmed. And for those of you who forgot this story, the way that this all came about,
it was odd, man.
It was very odd.
Because did we know publicly about the teammates and that stuff, all that stuff?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
We fleshed it out because this was during a road trip to Penn State. It was a road trip to Penn State. Members of the basketball team were suspecting that there was some kind of inappropriate relationship between these two and essentially ran their own amateur sting operation at the team hotel to find her in his room. Now, according to Scoggin's complaint, one of her teammates claimed she needed to talk to Chuck Love about a personal matter. And it was all meant as a ruse to get him to leave his room to come see this player at a time when the team believed that Scoggin was in his room.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's alleged that a student manager deceived the front desk clerk to obtain a key to get into Chuck Love's room. When the student manager opened the door with the room key, 2 other team members entered the room with a cell phone video recorder. Meanwhile, 2 other team members were watching the recording on FaceTime. So, I mean, this is like some real again, amateur, FBI sting type stuff.
Yeah.
Where, someone's got a wire and the guys are sitting in the ice cream truck outside listening to the tape. Well, in this case, it was using video. Then that night there was a big team meeting.
I was going to say, because that was public too, right?
That was public too.
Where they're basically,
where basically she was kind of put on trial in front of the team to cop to what was going on.
Coaches there in that?
Oh, yeah, everybody was
that's
there.
What I thought. It was almost like encouraged.
Everybody was there. Well, Scoggin is alleging that the Title IX office didn't do enough to help her. She's alleging that she was groomed for this relationship by Chuck Love. And so this is really at the heart of this whole lawsuit. But the fact that now that Chuck Love has confirmed, yes, we did have a sexual relationship, that then allows the whole case to move forward.
Yikes.
It still blows me away that this didn't derail that program further than it did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's obviously a salacious story, and now it's coming back up 4 years later because it's part of this lawsuit. But it really surprised me. I mean, not just because the incident happened, but then, the amateur sting operation that went in to catch them in the act.
And then
it just feels like a lot of things, different things were violated here.
Yeah.
Obviously the most important thing was a young woman was having an affair with a coach and may have been, forced to do so, or she's alleging that she was groomed to do so.
Alex Lincoln says, kind of surprising Williams has a job still.
I remember when we first talked about this, I was a little surprised. I mean, goodness, Connie Yori got let go for a hell of a lot less. A hell of a lot less.
Yeah.
Now, that was still during 2022. That was
2022 would have been Trev.
Okay, Trev would have been there. Now,
yeah.
Williams was hired by, she hired by?
Osborne, right?
Oh, does that go back that? I guess it does now. Goodness.
I think it does.
My concept of time is just way off.
She got hired by Nebraska in 2016. No, Eichhorst. That would have been Eichhorst.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that's right before Bill Moose.
Yeah.
The Crab Creek man himself.
Crab Creek himself.
Mr. Chronicles.
Mr. Chronicles. So anyway, the lawsuit's moving forward, and
wow,
it'll proceed. We'll see what happens from there.
Mm-hmm.
There's the update. All right. Still to come. The tournament is being destroyed.
Sad.
Or is it?
Yes.
Or is it?
I mean, spoiler alert.
Maybe it's not.
Interesting. John's going to take the other side of the argument. He's going to be good cop and I'll be bad.
Well, I can't wait to see you play devil's advocate. I just don't think enough people are giving Seth Davis the credit he deserves.
Oh, interesting.
For promulgating this plan and basically pushing it through and being the lone mouthpiece who says, no, it really is a good idea.
All right.
Next on 1620 The Zone. Enter online at 1620thezone.com for a chance to win the Green for the Green 5K sweepstakes powered by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. It's a way you can improve your golf game, maybe take lessons, use the 5K to get better equipment, a membership to your favorite club, wherever it may be. Green for the Green 5K sweepstakes contest runs through May 19th at 1620thezone.com. Oh, what's it? It's probably been longer than this, but at least 3 years since we first started hearing the rumblings of a potential 76 or greater team tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
it goes back years,
further than that.
But I feel like the confidence in which we've been speaking about it becoming a thing is probably 3 or 4 months old. I think when the calendar turned to this year, it seemed like, oh, not only is it going to happen, but it's going to happen by next season.
Yeah. Well, it's here. Not officially, but darn close. The NCAA reportedly in the final steps in its effort to expand the tournament to 76 teams. And it's close enough now that they're thinking it'll be in place by this year.
Bummer.
Or this next tournament. So we're talking next March.
Mm-hmm.
But according to Pete Thamel, the move to 76 teams could be formalized in the upcoming weeks with a targeted deadline for an official announcement slated for the second week in May. Hell, that's literally 2 weeks away.
Second weekend in May is, it's next weekend.
According to Thamel, they have what they need to move forward.
What's that?
Well, all the information and all the I's dotted and the T's
What does
crossed.
that mean, information? We're going to make more money, and we hate everybody.
Here's the interesting thing, because the reason why Tone wants a 24-team playoff is because they think they can make buku bucks. Many, many millions of bucks. But according to Pete Thamel, NCAA basketball tournament expansion isn't expected to be a, quote, financial windfall, but it is expected to deliver a profit that should help cover the additional logistics associated with expanding the tournament with a, quote, modest financial upside. So if they're not doing this for big money, why are they doing it?
I mean, I know why. Access. They want all their schools to have access, and they want less access for the little guys.
They.
One of the worst parts about this whole thing is that the play-in games will involve, yes, the last blank in teams, whatever those are.
Mm-hmm.
But it will also involve the lowest rungs of the, auto bid teams.
Correct.
Multiple, what are you going to have, 16
So in other words,
16?
all the 16 seeds will play each other.
Which means...
and half of the 15 seeds will play each other.
That means immediately, by the time you get to Thursday, 6 auto bids are going to be out the door.
Uh-huh.
See, and I know some would say this makes for a better tournament, more opportunities for upsets, better teams, yada, yada, yada. But man, if we view this as an extension of the tournament and not really the tournament, which I think is fair because they're not calling it the first round. What are they calling it? The opening days?
The opening round.
The opening round. And then Thursday is still the first round.
Right.
You are ridiculous.
Yes, you are.
You are children.
Yes.
And so the reason that they're doing this, given that it's not for money, it is for access. So they can get Auburn, this year's Auburn team into the tournament. Last year's Nebraska's team into the tournament. Those types of teams that we're talking about.
Sure.
We watched the Nebraska team last year because they are honestly a poster child of a team that would probably make this tournament or maybe just miss.
Yeah.
That team did not deserve to be in the NCAA tournament at the end of the year, and everybody knows it around here.
It didn't.
Auburn, that's the type of crap that we're going to allow into the tournament. It is so stupid. Pesky Blues writes, has any decision in the history of sports been met with such negative reaction? I can't think of anything that comes close. This, John, is approaching levels that we only see when a team moves out of a city and does so under the cover of night, or is the Browns. A trade that a city reacts to in such a visceral way. Micah Parsons, Luka Doncic, oddly enough, 2 Dallas trades. This is on that level. But those are they're localized. A Dallas trading a Parsons and me being mad. It's Cowboys fans that are mad, or Mavericks fans that are being mad, or a city losing a team. This is a nationalized problem that, again, nobody likes.
Right.
Nobody wants this.
No.
And I know that people think maybe like this is like a besides the point, but I don't think these people realize that one of the biggest draws of this tournament is a bracket. And if you have this now, the casual bracket stuff is going to be completely changed because there's too many games to fill out a whole 70 whatever team bracket.
You talk about universal dislike. Dan Patrick's show did a poll today. Is expanding to 76 a good idea? It's 92% no.
Seriously, you never see this.
92% no. You don't see a lot of sports fans agree on these things this vociferously, but 92%. But
And
you
again,
know
that's
what?
national. It's a nationalized problem.
But you know what, Josh? I'm tired. I'm tired of the negativity. We need to look at the positives.
Oh,
We need to look at the positives. Look at what we can get with this kind of a tournament.
I let this program gravitate to mediocrity.
Look at these matchups. Last year, if this would have been in place, we would have gotten 13th seed Arizona State, 17-16 record, 7-11 in the Big 12, a net ranking of 73, a 6-11 record against the Quad 1, and
they beat Kansas
in the 4-1 record against Quad 4. Yeah, they lost to a really bad team. Versus the Cal Bears, 20-11 overall, 9-9 in the ACC, with a strength of schedule non-conference strength of schedule
Gotta be your
of
bowl.
287.
Whoa.
That's the kind of matchup we can get. Or
What's it supposed to do? It's supposed to
just
replay
hit it again.
Oh, okay. Just restart it.
Just restart it.
This program gravitate to mediocrity.
Number 12, Oklahoma State versus number 12, Virginia Tech.
Wow.
Okie State, 19-14, 6-12 in the Big 12. Quad 1 record of 2-11.
Oh my
A
gosh.
team that sprinted to the finish line, going 3-8 in their last 11 games.
That's how a lot of us are going to finish the marathon on Sunday, sprinting in that way.
Virginia Tech, the Hokies went 19-13, 8-10 in the ACC. They were 2-10 against Quad 1, and they went 3-7 in their last 10 games.
Wasn't the ACC bad?
It doesn't matter, Josh, because there's more.
I let this program gravitate to mediocrity.
Wow.
Up next, it's number 12, Indiana.
Oh, I saw them.
18-14, 9-11 in the Big 10.
Chance.
A non-conference strength of schedule of 253
Oh my gosh.
versus the number 12 seed Oklahoma Sooners. 19-15,
Wow.
7-11 in the SEC.
The 500 boys.
And a non-conference strength of schedule of 321. I didn't know numbers could go that high. But wait, there's more.
I
my
let
gosh.
this program gravitate to mediocrity.
And finally, the nightcap on opening Tuesday.
Hell yeah.
Number 11, Auburn. 17-16 overall record. 7-11 in the SEC. A sparkling 4-13 record against Quad 1.
Let them in. Let them in.
In their last 12 games, they won 3,
Oh,
which means
they're like Scott Frost.
yes.
They're close. They were probably
Versus
close.
now, here's a team that maybe could have gotten in the real tournament, but
Yeah.
they didn't. So here's the bone we're going to throw to the non-power
Oh,
5.
congrats, San Diego State.
It's San Diego State, 21-11 overall, 3-8 versus Quad 1. This is the kind of excitement and entertainment that you're going to get on Tuesday and Wednesday of the men's basketball tournament. And I didn't even mention the women's tournament. You know, the women's tournament where chalk always prevails and the upsets just happen on a regular basis. Can you imagine how exciting that event is going to be?
I just hope we get the 1 seeds versus the slop in the play one of the worst 16 seeds in that tournament. John writes in the text line.
I'm kind of working myself into this. I think,
Are you? You're ready for those games.
I'm really ready for
I hope a
those games.
CBS rep was listening because I think they should put you in Dayton or wherever the second location is. Would you want that in Omaha? What if Omaha was like, we want the other slot?
Yeah, we don't want to host we don't want to host a first round game. We want to host
slop.
this.
We want slop.
We want this.
John writes, it is BS like this that makes me happy. I don't ever watch basketball. I don't care about the tournament at all. The only thing that will anger me is if I have to find podcasts for 4 days instead of 2 during the week. Yeah, what does that mean? Wait a second. These games are probably going to be in the afternoon on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. You know what that's going to mean for us? I love the expansion. Great job by the NCAA. A one-day work week. This is going to rule. We could just record the Monday show on Sunday. Let's just do that on Sunday night after the tournament's announced. Then we can just air it at 2 o'clock. This rocks.
But in all seriousness,
it doesn't rock in all seriousness.
It really doesn't
Definitively not rocking.
Now, some will say, well, but you'll watch anyway.
I mean, I won't.
Oh, well,
this is not for me.
Well, the idea of you'll still watch the traditional tournament and certainly people will. They're not going to tune away from the tournament. I do think, though, you run the risk of alienating casual fans when you start basically with day-long basketball starting on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because there's the idea of less is more.
Mm-hmm.
It's the anticipation. You mentioned making out the brackets. That's just one part of it. But the other part of it is the casual fan just, hey, it's cool. We've got live sports on Thursday, and it's a big deal. Now you're going to start it a couple of days earlier, and by the time you get to Thursday and Friday...
are you going to be fatigued?
Some of the people will get fatigued. They will.
I don't think they will.
Especially in a sport that they don't watch very often.
That's why I don't think they'll get fatigued because they won't watch the first 2 days. They're not going to care.
They may not. They may not.
Yeah.
But the real damage is done to the regular season.
Yes.
Because we're going to be spending time in late February having bubble conversations about two teams who are below 500 in their conference, barely 500 on the season, if at all, and talking about them as if, oh, man, this team could be playing to get on the right side of the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Not great.
And all this, by the way, happening at a time where the NFL is already looking to expand further into February. This is a sport that already has a difficult time getting people to be engaged in its regular season. And we're diminishing the value of the regular season by taking away some of the drama that comes with the end of the regular season. And that is, hey, we've got some teams here, some pretty good teams that may not make the tournament. Now we're just adding more slop.
Speaking of slop, David says, John can call the slop games just like he eats every night. Slop.
I don't eat slop.
Also, Sam writes, we were trying to come up with what do we call the Tuesday and Thursday. Why not we call these 12 games round 0, like week 0 in football? I think that's a great idea. We on the Grum will herefore refer to it as round zero. Hey, round 0.
Unbelievable.
Excellent idea, Sam.
All right.
This sucks.
We'll pause.
Okay.
Because Josh has takes.
I have some numbers.
You have numbers. It's not
I have
much
numbers.
takes.
Well, I have takes off of the numbers.
Right,
but
I'm curious to hear about these numbers because we're wondering if Mr. Calandria, Anthony Calandria,
Tone.
Ant,
as they call him.
Is going to
Int, as I call him.
Is going to make the adjustment back up.
Yeah.
And how his improvement last year might work against a quote unquote tougher schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Well, I don't know what to think.
About?
Anthony Calandria.
Oh.
Actually, I don't. I mean, I haven't seen him play here yet.
No.
I think there are some things that can be very exciting. Just the fact that this offense is going to have a very different look and vibe to it, with a quarterback that's a little bit more mobile, a little more exciting, maybe taking a few more chances.
Few?
What's that?
I said a few?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Certainly.
Just a few.
I think it would be foolhardy, though, for us to think that, he's obviously not going to be able to do everything he did at his previous level, because it's all going to come within the scope of what the offense is. One of the biggest challenges is when you have someone who has some really good physical talents and also has kind of a gunslinger's mentality, is walking that fine line of letting them be them versus playing within the system and trying to, make sure that you limit as many mistakes as possible without taking away the thing that makes that player. I mean, Mike Holmgren had to do that with Brett Favre for a long time.
Yeah.
And it worked fabulously in many cases. But that is something that will have to be done as part of this. Also knowing that this was the same program that 2 years ago basically pulled out the sledgehammer and beat into their quarterbacks. Thou shalt not turn over the ball. We must not turn over the ball. Remember that second off season? It was, because it was going into Dylan's first year.
And I think a part of that too was him.
Issue.
Was him, right? Was
right.
Dylan's turnover averse play.
Right. Where there was such a concerted effort to stop the turnovers.
Yeah.
And I do think that did play a bit into how things went with Dylan over the course of both of his seasons.
Sure.
Where he was quite risk averse. Where instead of, letting the ball go or letting it rip, he was willing to take the sack.
Definitely.
Now you're going in completely the opposite direction. And I'm not saying it can't work, but sometimes when you swing in those types of extremes, it can
snip, snap, in the words of Michael Scott.
It can be a hard thing to do.
Yeah. So here's kind of where this research started. Basically, it's what you mentioned at the start of that. He was playing in a power league a few years ago at Virginia. Then he went down a level, became Mountain West Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year at UNLV, and now is coming back up to the Big Ten. And so whenever anybody asks me about him this offseason, I always start there. The competition was tough, and he really struggled. His UVA numbers are really struggled. And then he went down a level and was really, really good. And so the question that kind of kicked this thing off for me was he really, really good because he is getting better as a player? Or was he really, really good because the competition was a huge step down? The answer is, of course, both. There's no doubt that he improved as a quarterback last year. That is inarguable. How much of it's him? How much of it is the level of competition? Because, and this is what will lead to the numbers that I'm about to give you.
Okay.
Then I was trying to figure out, well, what was that competition level? And what type of competition level is he going to go against in 2026? 25 versus 26.
Yep.
And it is going to be quite a jump. So last regular season, so I just looked at the regular season. I did not include the second matchup with Boise, which I'll give you their numbers in a second. I didn't include the matchup against Ohio.
Sure.
Last regular season, this is SP+. He played defense.
No, it is interesting. He is going to be playing Ohio again.
He is going to be playing Ohio. So I guess I can give you those numbers. I can pull up their I can pull up the SP Plus rankings real fast. So I'll give those to you as well.
Okay.
All right. So last year, the average defense that he played, not counting Ohio, as I pull that up real fast just to see, their defense ranked 61st. So the average ranking would improve a little bit because the average rank of defenses that Anthony Calandria played last year, again, according to SP Plus, 83.5.
So that's the average rank of the SP plus rated defense from Bill Connolly that Calandria saw at UNLV last year.
And look, a large portion of this is because he played. How many D1 schools were there last year, John? There were 136. All right. Well, this is perfect. He played one defense that ranked 135. He played the second worst defense. That was Sam Houston State, according to Bill's.
What was the best defense he played?
The best defense he played was ranked 54, and that was Miami of Ohio.
So basically, Ohio would have been probably the second best defense he saw, right?
Fourth.
So, oh, wow.
Yeah,
so he saw a lot of teams in the 50s.
Yeah, so he saw Miami of Ohio. They were 54th best. Wyoming was 55th best. Boise State, who he saw twice, was 60th, and then Ohio.
That's still interesting, though, because essentially he had, and you said it was four teams were better. So essentially three teams were better.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. 3 teams were better. So roughly a third of his schedule, a fourth of his experience last year was against teams commensurate with the team he's going to see in the opener.
Yes, correct. Now, and I'll jump around a little bit here. The average rank of the defenses he will play this year, and now this is predicting, right? This is not. I'm not using last year. I'm using Bill stuff. Again.
Sure, it is.
I'm doing the.
But you're trying to be as consistent as possible.
41.1. So the average is way better than the best team that he saw last year. The average.
And what is Ohio this year? What is Ohio in Bill's 26 projection?
Ohio in 2026 is, where are they at? Yep. Got to scroll back up. All right, just a sec. I'll get there.
Control F sometimes can be good, and sometimes
because I added a space after it, and that's what screwed me up. 72. So a tiny bit worse.
Right, but
that is the 10th best defense that they are scheduled.
That was going to be my next question. So the team that would have been the 4th best defense he saw last year
is the
10th best defense he'll see this year, which of course there's only 2 teams left on the schedule who will have a defense worse. And I think we can probably safely assume it's Bowling Green and which Dakota?
It's Bowling Green. No, because the Dakota is an FCS school. It's Bowling Green and
there's a Big Ten in there.
It's one of the Big Ten schools. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but yeah. So that's
interesting.
That's where the worst defenses will come from. Is because what's North Dakota? Yeah, they're not included, and I don't have their number for Idaho State last year. He played an FCS school last year as well.
But the average defense he saw last year was 83.5. The average this year is 40. What did you say?
41.1.
41.
Rutgers is the worst defense he's scheduled to play this year. They're projected to rank 90th. Okay,
so it's a significant step up.
Significant. So then you wonder, okay, last year, as I mentioned, the toughest defense that they played was ranked 54. This year, again, projected, Nebraska is scheduled to play 7 defenses that are tougher than the toughest he played last year, including 1, Ohio State, 3, Oregon, and 6, Indiana. That's not counting Iowa, which is a top 20 defense. That is not counting Illinois, which is also, Washington, which is a top 20 defense. And then Washington, they're in the 40s. And so just off of that alone, the average last year, way easier than the average this year. The toughest team last year, lower than 7 schools this year. So competition level, it's going to be a huge uptick.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be a huge uptick.
Which, a lot of people are saying, well, duh. But it's nice to kind of quantify it as equally as you possibly can using objective defensive rankings. Because remember, Bill's numbers, it's based on a lot of factors. It's not just, well, this is what they were
scoring
in total defense or scoring defense.
Correct.
This is his formula of the quality of defense that they are.
Yeah, and so you're wondering, okay, so
or
last year,
projected to be in the case of 26.
how did he do against the best defenses he played? So Miami of Ohio was the best defense, as I mentioned, 54th in SP+. He completed almost 68% of his passes, almost 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, was also sacked 4 times. He only averaged 3.5 yards a carry. Now, again, sacks are, they take those off they chop those off the rushing total. And that was the thing that I noticed, John, looking at the game to game, like Wyoming, second toughest defense he played. He was sacked 3 times in that game. He only completed 55% of his passes. Didn't have any interceptions, but he only accounted for 1 touchdown. The next defense, the next toughest, Boise State, as I mentioned, he played them a couple times. Sacked 3 times in the first game, sacked 2 times in the second game, and in the second game, he only completed 47.5% of his passes. Now, he does do a lot on the ground. Like, that is the thing. He was sacked 26 times last year, and he still averaged over 5 yards a carry. So if you remove sacks, and maybe this is another project to do sometime this summer, if you just looked at raw yards gained and not yards lost on sacks, I mean, the guy, I don't know, what would you say the average sack in college football loses in terms of yards? What do you think? It's like 4 yards?
Nah,
3? 3.5?
I was thinking maybe 6.
You think it's 6?
Well,
let's go with an even 5.
Let's go 5.
If it's just 5, that means you add about 125 yards rushing to his game, and he is like an 800-yard rusher on 100 true carries. Then you're really cooking. But again, he was sacked a lot when he would play the better defenses. He was sacked a couple times against Ohio. Again, the 4th best defense that he played. No touchdowns through the air, only 1 touchdown on the ground and an interception, and he completed 19 of 30 passes. So when he played those defenses, in my opinion, because last year, famously, he did not turn the ball over as much. Now, I don't have the fumble stuff with me right now. I only have the interception numbers. He did not throw as many interceptions. Now, that said, across 14 games, he still threw 9 picks. I mean, you want that number to be a little bit lower, but, he's certainly going to be worse in that regard than Dylan Raiola was, but way, way, way better in terms of running the football. But is he able to run the football like that against these types of defenses? And what kind of pressure are they going to be able to get on him? What kind of, line player are we going to see from Jeep Wade and company? Up front with a few new starters.
Well, and what is the complement to in the running game beyond the quarterback, and how good the receivers end up being?
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, there's a ton of variables, and one of those variables is you hope that an individual gets better with time. So, that. Because a lot of folks will say, well, look at his numbers at Virginia. And I don't even know if that's fair at this point, because it's been 2 years in the rearview mirror. He was probably a pretty different guy by then.
That's why I wanted
and the surrounding cast might have, there might have been some shortcomings in the surrounding cast. So, I like this exercise just from the point of what's the degree of difficulty? How much of a step up is this? And I would argue that this is going from 200 level courses to 400 level courses.
You talking about UNLV to here, or you're not talking about Virginia to here?
No, I'm talking about from last year to this year. I would equate this, especially given, it is the Big Ten. You've got 3 of the playoff teams in there. You've got a traditional power in Iowa that's giving you fits and is predicated on defense. I think you're taking it's not just, you're not just graduating from one class to the next class. I think you're jumping up a couple of classes.
Again,
maybe even more than that, especially when you consider Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana.
Top 20 defenses, according to Bill. Again, the 3 playoff teams, as you mentioned, and then Iowa at 17 and Washington at 19.
5 top 20 defenses, when last year
the best
defenses you saw were 3 top 60 defenses, or 50th to 60th ranked defense.
Here were the defenses he saw last year, counting Ohio in the bowl game. They ranked 54, 55, 60, 61, 66, 69.
Nice.
Thank you. 81, 94, 98, 101, 105, 135. And again, that's second to last. This year, projected 1, 3, 6, 17, 19, 43, 44, 69 again.
Nice.
72, 88, and 90. So, the worst defense this year is still better than 5 of the defenses last year. And so that's where, and here's the other thing too. When we talk gambling or when we talk about regular season success, I often say that it's a parlay. If you think they're going to go start 5-0, for example, 5-0, it's not every game is in a vacuum. It is piling on top of each other. It is a parlay. And that's why percentages are a little bit lower. You can say the same thing about getting hit over the course of a season. He's not just playing the first best defense. He's not just playing the third best defense. He's playing the first defense after he played the third defense. And he's playing the 17 defense at the end of the season in their house, no less.
Right.
A team that has had a lot of success against you. So it's going to be a huge step up in competition. Now, Let's see, Klern or Clear, maybe Clear Numbers. That's probably what it is. Klern says on YouTube, you would think he's going to have better O-line and receiver share. Yeah, for sure. I like the receivers. I do. I'm not going to. Don't put it on the internet that I'm hyping them up, but I like the receivers. I think he has some good players. I'm concerned about the run game, full stop. And, he's not going to have Emmett Johnson back there. And as a lot of people pointed out last year, John, as good as Emmett was, the running game, broadly speaking, was not very good. Go look at the advanced numbers. It's not a lot of wow, the line yards were there. No, that was a lot of Emmett Johnson yards. That was a lot of him making guys miss, and so he was a good running back. The running game was pretty average, again, according to a lot of the advanced statistics. And they're not going to have help with him anymore.
They won't have help with him. What you're hoping is that you'll have a better offensive line so that line yards statistic goes up, thus overcoming, if you are one to believe that the running back room is a step back, or the running back position. I shouldn't say the running back room, because the running back room last year wasn't good. It was one guy.
Yes.
You're hoping, though, that the running back position or production from the running backs can be boosted by better blocking.
Yeah.
And it's less upon them. Now, there's the X factor of Jamal Rule, who some people like Sip and others are very high on and think, oh, this could be a freshman phenom who surprises a lot of folks. As we talked with Sip yesterday, EJ Barthel is he thinks it's a better running back room than last year. And it's, again, this is going to be, it feels like, I hate to do this, but it feels like an extreme. We're either going to get one big giant poop sandwich, I told you so, from this group.
Yeah.
Or we're going to have people losing their jobs. I'm not saying Matt Rule will lose his job because of it, but I'm just saying it just feels like we're going to get one of two extremes,
be a problem.
Where, and let's face it, it probably should. I mean, if a running backs coach who, has already been a little bit under fire, because some believe that Emmett's success is only made possible because Dana Holgerson made it possible.
I definitely think he deserves a lot of credit
for giving him the opportunity to play and identifying, hey, that 21, he should be in the game more. And of course he was at the end of the year 24 season.
Yep.
And then last year, of course, basically played the entire campaign. But there'll be probably folks saying, well, if you thought that running back room was good and this is what you gave us, maybe you should be gone.
So
he's kind of putting his reputation on the line by saying that.
So Mac writes on YouTube, I'd be interested to see the ranks of defenses that Curtis Rourke faced at Ohio in 23 versus the defense that he faced at Indiana in 24. Rourke was the MAC Offensive Player of the Year, similar to competition of the Mountain West. And
fascinating.
I don't have those numbers right now, but I would say this, and call me unfair, not I trust that coaching staff. I trust the infrastructure at Indiana.
Which is funny because, in the moment.
Yeah, you never.
In the moment, you're like.
2 years ago, I wouldn't have said that.
No.
But now I will.
But now you will, because you've got 2 years of data that says that that Signetti guy and his staff.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
So I posed this question yesterday. What best describes your view on Anthony Calandria? I got way more responses than I ever anticipated. And it is, honestly, it's split. It's more, I think, nervousness / No Block, No Rock responded with a roller coaster, and it's leaning certainly that way, but it's not all negative with him. Steven said, honestly, right now, just another media overhyped player, which I thought was ridiculous. We are not.
I don't know if it's a media.
He said you guys are already calling him the starter, and that's because he is.
He is. He's going to be the starter. They didn't bring him here to back up. He's going to start.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to start.
Yeah. You got to get over it. Leroy says, a combination of wow plays along with a combination of WTF plays. Biggest part is going to come down to the play calling. I think we're going to lean hard on his running capabilities, and the dude better be ready to get hit. Wouldn't be surprised if he is out for a game or two. Great way to describe him, I think. There's going to be good, there's going to be bad, and how healthy can he stay? I think that describes the Anthony Calandria experience. Gene writes, excitement, great anticipation. I think of Taylor Martinez, Tommy Armstrong, or Eric Crouch. Watching his past film and thinking of the potential of Anthony with Dana's offensive prowess has me very anxious to watch him lead this team this year. Go Big Red, and then 5 emojis, including a firework. PJ, I've watched him play this last year. It's going to be fun. To have a quarterback that can move around will be great.
I mean, I'm guessing there's a lot of people who are in the positive or optimistic category who are just happy that there's a quarterback that's going to move around.
People are jacked about that.
And listen, I understand that. It is exciting when you have that element to your offense.
Yep.
Now, that does come with some drawbacks, more injury prone and more fumble prone.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that'll be on the uptick.
And that's why I'm going to keep hammering this until the cows come home. If Nebraska is going to be comfortable with more turnovers from its quarterback position, are they going to be able to get some of those back? Because I don't think, and you know, I understand where Michael's coming from. Michael's like, well, if they just do better finishing drive rate, which is true, but how many of those turnovers are going to prevent those drives from being finished, or will fuel another team to finish their drive because you gave it to them on your own 20-yard line?
That's what I was going to say. What if they happen in your own territory? So it's not even about finishing drives; it's about not
because
having a drive where you give the ball to the opponent in field goal range.
This has been an issue for a while now. Nebraska has not been a good takeaway team.
Yeah,
they just haven't. They have not been a good takeaway team, and it's just historically, especially under Matt Rule. Remember, Rule and Frost. Sorry to lump those two together, but it's true.
But Rule's gone to back-to-back bowl games.
He has. But those two coaches are the only two coaches who have not been able to fully take advantage of when you even break even with turnovers. You know, historically, when Nebraska breaks even with turnovers, since 1973, they've won, I have to do the math here, but they're 96, 39, and 2.
I mean, that's like 75%.
Yeah, it's basically 75%.
Yeah.
When they break even. And you might say, well, a lot of that's under Osborne. Sure. Bill Callahan's teams had a winning record. Bo's teams were 14-3. Even Mike Riley's teams went 6-4 with an equal turnover margin. But under Frost, 4-7. Under Rule, currently 5-7 with a break even. So they have historically underperformed what Nebraska traditionally has done when just breaking even with turnovers.
Well, I know why.
And so if you're going to turn the ball over twice, you got to get two back just to break even.
Yeah.
Because the negative margin has always been bad for Nebraska.
Yeah, it's bad for everybody.
It's been bad for everyone. Now, granted, under Osborne, they still won 57 out of 88 games. But again,
they were super talented. They were a great team, great program.
Frank's teams with a negative turnover margin went 11-13. Callahan's went 8-16. Bo's went 21-24. Bo's teams actually survived. They survived a lot of bad turnover games.
They were always volatile.
Outside of 2000, what year did they? 9? They generated quite a few turnovers. But remember, they also gave the ball away a lot.
Yeah.
But under Riley, 5-14 with a negative margin. Under Frost, 4-24, and under Rule, 5-11.
Yeah.
They've got to make up those. Have to. Because historically, the statistics say you are fighting a losing battle.
Kyle on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. What kind of leash will Tone have? I expect him to be a turnover machine. He wasn't the staff's first choice this offseason. Does that mean anything, or will they just ride it out no matter what? They're going to ride it as long as they can because he's going to be the best chance that they have to win because of the good parts that he is going to bring. But, dude, there are going to be games where that gunslinger mentality is going to be awful. But there are going to be games where the gunslinger stuff helps. They will ride him. I mean, like, will he get benched at some point? Maybe. I also don't think that benching a quarterback is ever as easy as everybody thinks it is. Everybody's always like, put him on the bench, make him watch from the sidelines. It's not how it works for quarterback. It's different because it's a whole thing when you bench a quarterback. Maybe at the end of a game where you're down by 20 and there's, 8 minutes to go and he's turned it over 3 times, then you do it. But like, I just hate the idea of like, he had a couple turnovers in the first quarter, get his ass out of there. It's not how it works at quarterback. You're not a lineman. You're not a running back.
Can I proffer? By the way, would Calandria qualify as a 5 for 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
But going under the assumption that this is his only year at Nebraska, maybe it's not, but could it be easier to bench a guy if he's just a 1-year rental? If he's really not done well, and you've got a dude who's waiting in the queue I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, yeah,
here.
it's a great question.
Is it easier to bench a guy? I can understand why it would have been hard to bench a Dylan,
Mm-hmm.
assuming that Dylan was going to be your guy for multiple years.
He does have 2 more years if they get the 5 for 5.
Would
It's a great question.
Is it easier to bench a guy if he's just a 1-year rental?
Excellent question.
402-951-1620.
I got more responses that we could read if we
We'll
want.
do that.
Okay.
Also, still to come,
Dumb debates.
dumb debates. Oh, and Husker baseball fan is a little mad today.
What'd you do to him?
I didn't do anything to him. I'll explain when we come back on 1620 The Zone. More reaction.
So got an email from Al in Minneapolis.
Al in Minneapolis, a fine friend of the Grum.
Very good friend of the Grum, says, Josh, I heard you were soliciting Calandria takes, so I had to get in the mix. As I've shared before, my best friend has been in love with the guy since his freshman year, so I completely acknowledge that bias, but also I've oddly seen a ton of him already and thought about him as a player outside of the Nebraska ecosystem. 1, I do wonder what the discourse, and certainly your opinion, would be if simply he were transferring to Indiana instead of Nebraska. 2, his Virginia year showed more promise than the box score reads. Calandria was an undersized true freshman thrust into the fire at Virginia. He was most likely going to redshirt, but got back into the mix in November after some injuries to the other quarterbacks. In the last 4 games of that season, he had an impressive 9-3 touchdown to INT ratio and showed a ton of explosive playmaking ability. 24's aggregate looks way worse than game by game. In 6 of 12 games Virginia played that year, Calandria didn't throw an interception. Virginia's defense was awful, so he was constantly being asked to be a hero. 3, being a senior can only help. We've seen the explosion in spades, both at the P4 level and against the Mountain West. Being older in Nebraska, doing a good job of coaching turnovers out of the offense, as you mentioned earlier, John. Growth every year thus far. I like the chances of him being mischief, more of an explosive playmaker for Nebraska's offense than just being an insane turnover machine. Thanks for the discussion, as always. So Al much more bullish based off of what he has seen. And as he mentioned, that's watching him a lot more than probably most Nebraska fans had coming, into this season. The defense component, as he mentioned there, you figure Nebraska's defense is going to be better in some ways. I still worry about the giving up of the running game. I don't think that's going to improve. And so that's a long-winded way of saying, will they be chasing points and will they be able to catch up as they are chasing those points?
Yeah.
I mean, Nebraska's offense was rough last year. Just go look at the average points per game, and it's horrifying, the numbers that they were doing. And so I worry, I guess, without a running game that they will be putting a lot on his shoulders, and maybe he will have to be a bit more of a hero. I think it's hard to get that stuff coached out of you. I remember 9 years ago now, throughout that offseason, we spent so much time talking about Tanner Lee and how he had been this and he had been that, but he can be better. He can be better here. And the stuff that made him who he was, he had all the things, measurables, great arm, a little mobility, but his decision-making was a problem in high school. It was a problem in college, and it was a problem then at Nebraska. And so you are who you are at a certain point in time. And so I don't know. I do all that the research and all those numbers, and I just think it's going to be really, really hard. I think it's going to be really, really hard.
It will be difficult. Going back to his synopsis there, how would he be talked about if he were going to Indiana? Well, it'd be talked about in a lot more glowing terms because a program like Indiana would have wanted him.
Yeah.
Because Indiana, but you also, which means what you really need to do is, well, who else was in Nebraska in competition with for Calandria?
Yeah. And I don't really even remember who the schools that he was.
And remember, it was literally a 36-hour shotgun wedding.
Yeah.
Because Minchi decommits, and roughly 36 minutes later, it's Calandria time.
Yeah. That thing turned super fast. You wake up one day and you're like, wow, what are they going to do? And by the end of the day, it was like, oh, never mind. They already have their new quarterback. I'm trying to even find other schools that were mentioned with him, and I cannot. So if anybody can recall,
the idea is, if obviously,
I understand the point. Yeah. But they weren't interested in him.
Yeah. And it's not, and it doesn't appear as if Nebraska had to fight particularly hard to get him.
Yeah. And look, if Indiana wanted him, would we be expecting more from him? Probably. But that's what happens when you're that good. You get the benefit of the doubt and your talent evaluation. Cause that's the thing. Curtis Rourke made that jump up really, really good. Fernando Mendoza, literally the number 1 overall draft pick. They have a track record, and they have my trust right now, and they will for a long time. That's not going to go away. Nebraska doesn't have that level of trust, and they shouldn't.
And they shouldn't. They haven't earned it yet.
Trent Lincoln says, I'm pretty positive FSU wanted him. Well, there's another program that's on the struggle bus right now.
That is true.
Another email into the Equitable Bank inbox. This is Steve. He says, I'm sorry, Josh, there is only one ant, and that would be the phenomenal NBA player Anthony Edwards. Anthony Calandria's nickname should be Tom, a turnover machine.
Oh, my God.
He also adds, this gunslinging mentality will work in the first 3 games. This will be ugly throughout Big Ten
Well,
season.
and see, that's the other part of this is, you have a pretty soft runway. A nice, soft it's not the right analogy. It's a pretty long runway with 3 gimmies in the non-conference, allegedly. And then the first 2 Big Ten games are supposedly your 2 easiest Big Ten games.
Uh-huh.
So,
and I can tell you real quick, those defenses rank 69.
nice.
That's the Michigan State game. And then Maryland is next, right?
Yeah.
Maryland is 43. So, I mean, 43 would have been the toughest defense he would have played last year. 69 would have been middle of the pack defense that he would have played last year. And then again, we know about the non-conference. It is a lovely opportunity for a ramp up early on.
Yes, it is.
Lovely. Michael has found, on top of the text message that we got from Trenton Lincoln, thank you, Trent, a screenshot. He took visits to Florida State and Georgia Tech per ESPN. And so here's a screenshot of a story. Calandra is one of the most experienced quarterbacks available in the portal, 32-game starter, yada, yada. He took visits to Florida State and Georgia Tech before picking Nebraska. So how do you feel about those schools? I mean, Georgia Tech had a really nice season, Florida State, not so much.
Right.
Yeah, not so much. Doc says.
But you're talking about, you're basically talking about programs that are all in the same neighborhood of
Yeah, for sure. Doc texts into the show. Dana's offenses have been average at best. What's prowess? They struggle to score 24 points a game most of the time. And adds, I don't think Michigan State's going to be that easy of a game. Nebraska barely beat them last year. Now Michigan State has a way better head coach who has actually competed for a conference championship before. And that game is on the road.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a transition year for I'm not expecting a lot out of Michigan State.
I'm not either.
I'm not, and I think it was a good hire.
Yeah, but
I think it was a good hire, but I think there's a transition here that's going to happen in year 1 at Michigan State.
All right, so I would agree with you, but if you look at first-year coaches / interim coaches, Nebraska has not had a lot of success over the first 3 years of rule. They lost to Colorado in year 1. They lost to Michigan State after they fired what's-his-name in 2023. They have lost to multiple interim coaches, throughout his time, including last year. And I know it was the bowl game, but against Utah, Michigan had freaking Biff Poggi as their guy.
Yes, they did.
They lost to them. So, and they lost.
But as we found out,
Penn State
Biff Poggi
smoked
was
them.
probably better than the idiot that he was replacing.
Fair point. Maybe I should remove that from.
Coming up next,
you made baseball people mad.
No, I didn't make baseball people mad. Apparently, Mr. Yogurt made baseball people mad.
Oh, okay.
We'll explain next on 1620 The Zone. Dumb debates in just a few minutes. Got some good ones today. Don't forget, you can always send in your dumb debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Use the hashtag dumb debates. But as we know, Nebraska baseball, after a walk-off win last night, taking little baby steps towards, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the chance to...
Hell
And
yeah.
The process has already started in terms of filling out all the necessary paperwork and having all the logistics in place in the event that Nebraska baseball gets to one of those involves the tickets. And
are they doing a reseeding too? Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Now, apparently this also took place during volleyball. So this is not a first.
Okay.
But according to information that was sent out to baseball season ticket holders and members of the Husker Athletic Fund, that's the donors, that if Nebraska baseball gets to tickets will be sold through a tiered on-sale prioritized using Husker Athletic Fund membership levels as of March 18th, 2026.
I hate that whole sentence.
Yeah, the sentence, first of all, it's a bad sentence.
Before
But
we get to what it means, but I just hate the structure.
season ticket locations are not reserved or held for postseason. What does that mean? It means if you are a baseball season ticket holder, but you either aren't a donor or you have lower points in the Huskers Athletic Fund, you could lose your seats
to Johnny-come-latelys who
Well-
have not been going to games, theoretically.
Sure. I mean, remember that you get the Husker Athletic Fund points by donating to any sport.
Sure.
Right? The more you donate, the more points you get.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you could be a huge football donor who doesn't watch baseball. But if you got a lot of points, you're going to get better access to tickets. And this has created quite the stir in the Husker Nation. There are some folks who are pretty triggered about this. And I would say,
rightfully so.
Yeah. They should be.
One of the benefits of being a season ticket holder, especially in professional sports, when you have opportunities for postseason, because you really don't in college sports outside of women's basketball, baseball, softball, etc., is that you get first access to the postseason. It's like one of the great benefits, especially if you are a season ticket holder for a team that is often in the mix. You're a chief season ticket holder. You get first access to watch your team that you have been watching all season long. And if I'm a Husker baseball fan and I've been going to their games in March when the weather is ass, and then
I lose my seats.
June rolls around and let's pretend to me, the person like me who hasn't been to any games this year, but who donates a lot of money to football, says, man, that sounds kind of fun. I'd like to go to one of those games. I have priority access. I'm taking your seat, Bill. I'm in 104 now. That is whack. That is garbage.
I understand why you want to make your priority donors more of a priority when it comes to access. I totally get that. It happens when the basketball team goes to, NCAA tournaments, for example.
Sure.
This is different.
This is tickets. This is the same stadium.
You're hosting. You are.
Wait, you're doing what?
You are.
Host a playoff game!
In your crib. In your crib. I just think there is a time and place for this. I have no problem with using the Husker Athletic Fund points for first access to tickets that become available.
100%. That seems
But
fair.
if you are a season ticket holder, you should have that access for the postseason games because you have been with this team through thick and thin.
I think there has been an understanding from you and me with some of the things that they're doing with the reseeding of volleyball, of football. Like,
Sure.
look, I get it. It's an expensive time to be in college sports.
Right.
You need to pay the players. Like, I get that. And if we're being honest, they have been leaving lots of revenue on the floor.
Yes, they have.
Over the years.
Yes, they have.
And so I understand that. I also understand those who are like, I saw a letter to the editor today of the Journal-Star that, was pretty frustrated. I won't read the entire thing, but it ended by saying, and this is season ticket holders for years, the very same thing happened to our sister and brother-in-law who love volleyball more than anyone knows. UNL is effectively driving all of us true, loyal, adamant, middle-class fans right out of Husker venues. What a shame. And so, I understand that point of view. But again, I offer a bit of forgiveness, I think, to the process and what has to happen. This, though, on top of it's pretty weak, man.
It is weak.
It's really weak. And if I'm a season ticket holder for baseball, but I'm not one of these priority donors, and I've been going to games since March, and I've been sticking with this team because, man, you're the diehards. You are the fans that deserve opportunities to get stuff first.
Right.
And if I lose my seat, or if I even lose a ticket, period, because I'm not able to donate, or I choose not to donate to that level, that is incredibly
especially
weak.
with other sports. I would get it. I would get it if you are a priority baseball donor.
Even then, I'd still be like, but the season ticket holder is the season ticket holder. But yeah, you're right.
But chances are, if you're a priority baseball donor, you probably have season tickets.
That's true. That's
right?
True. That's true.
You're a baseball donor.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an element of just trying too hard, especially in these sports that don't make you money.
Yeah.
And you're going through enough as it is, alienating people from the football side of things. Why do you want to continue to do that everywhere else?
This isn't necessary.
Exactly. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. C. Bowman writes, I've been a season ticket holder ever since Haymarket was built. Been through good times and not so good. The thanks and loyalty I get is essentially the message the athletic department doesn't care. This is one loyal fan that will have to reconsider.
Again, not necessary.
It's not necessary.
I think what they're doing with football, again, as frustrating as it is and as hard as it
necessary.
It is necessary, especially with what they're about to undergo. It's necessary.
Yes.
I think volleyball, I would darn near say that's necessary too. Again, given how expensive that program is and trying to just make more money. This is not necessary. And this is treating the season ticket holders with a large amount of disrespect.
I would guess this is probably going to be the same with softball.
Yeah, Dave Fight says, I believe this applies to Husker softball as well.
I mean, you could say from one side, well, at least they're being consistent across all the non-revenue sports.
Yeah, consistently crappy.
But again, you're pissing off enough people.
And for no reason.
And you're talking about 4 or 5 games tops. Postseason games.
Whopper writes on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, all this does is allow your richest fans to become slightly richer by artificially inflating ticket prices. Michael writes, if you had season tickets for baseball back in the Buck Belzer Field days, you deserve priority access to playoff games in perpetuity. Yeah, certainly more than, someone who donates to the basketball program and, doing something like this.
Right.
Yes, I mean, and this is, among a great banner year for the athletic department in a variety of sports. Baseball, being a real good May away from returning postseason baseball to that ballpark for the first time in 18 years. That is such an opportunity for this program, for the fan base. And so for a lot of them, or for some of them, I guess I don't even know how many it would be, but for people to not have access or to not have their seats or whatever it is, sit by their friends, to not even get the chance because of this, I really hope that this is something that they reconsider. I have to imagine that they're hearing from it. I know they're hearing from a lot of people right now about a variety of things.
Oh, yeah, they're already hearing it from the football side. They've been hearing it from the volleyball side. Why do you want to make a bigger mess?
Yeah, Kenneth says, I get the donor points for public sale, but the fact that season ticket holders are not eligible to get first crack at their own season tickets for a hosted regional is insane. It absolutely is. It absolutely
It's
is.
just not necessary.
Trent Lincoln, one more before we get to dumb debates. My buddy has season tickets. They've had 3 or 4 decent weather games all season and has been at every single home game. This is such a crappy thing to do to fans like him.
And for folks that will say, well, they got to get the money and they got to find it from everywhere because they got to pay the players. Stop it.
Yeah, come on.
This is baseball.
Yes,
You're not giving $3 million to baseball for salaries. You are giving them more scholarships, and I'll tip my cap to that. But come on. I understand where it has to be in some places. It doesn't have to be everywhere. It does not have to be everywhere. Let the people who have bled for that program bleed for it if they get the honor to host a playoff game. And Dumb Debates is next on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail-in base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Here we go. It's one of the best times of the week. We get to debate stupid things.
I love it.
It's Dumb's Debates.
Wow, off
See?
to a great start.
Off to a great
you can't
start.
even speak.
Dumb Debates. Send us your dumb debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Please use the hashtag dumb debates because it's easier for us to find, especially if we're a little behind. Also, you can email your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. I wanted to get to this one from Pat
What up, Pat?
because it sounds like he is targeting both of us.
Awesome.
You have both definitely come across this watching sports and being in sports media. What is more egotistically annoying?
Oh.
When someone purposely pronounces a name incorrectly over and over and over again without correcting themselves, or someone who purposely makes fun of or jokes about a town, city, or area where a person lives, and this person, Pat, includes an example of Josh talking about Nebraska or Nebraskans west of Omaha.
Western Nebraskans.
Which is more annoying?
So is he saying, like, for the first one, would an example be you saying Washington?
Washington,
Happer
yes.
saying Dylon about Dylan
Yes.
Raiola? Or are you saying Raiola instead of Raiola?
It's Raiola.
You gotta be
That's
a Rye.
literally what his father said on national television.
Got to be a Rye guy, baby. Got to be a Rye
Well,
guy.
now you know what I call them? Quitters, because they left. They
Sad.
took their stuff and they left town.
I call him a helicopter.
Well,
Get to the chopper.
they can do the job.
So what's more purposeful? What's more
What
annoying?
is more egotistically annoying?
Neither. Both
I mean,
are great.
It's easily Josh. I mean, come on. The
What do you
fact that you
mean?
call everyone Western Nebraska, look at a map.
Yeah, it's
Look
west.
at a
of-
map.
Is it west of me? I mean,
Well,
sometimes
yeah.
Nebraska City is not.
Is
but it's still
California Western Nebraska?
west. No, but it's because it's a different state, though. That's a different state.
Oh.
John, let's not be idiots here, please. I love the Western Nebraska thing. I like it because it makes people really mad.
Apparently does. It makes Pat very mad. Also, the whole war. See, with the Washington thing,
You're doing like a bit about your
I've
grandma
worked
or
myself
something?
into a shoot.
Yeah, you have.
Because now it just kind of happens.
And don't you say roof as a joke now too?
I do call, once upon a time we had a thing sponsored by some people that did roofs.
Yeah. Are you a creek guy or a crick guy?
See,
Down by the creek.
I'm a ditch guy. We had the rawhide ditch running behind my house, not some creek. It's a ditch.
You didn't go down.
We called it the ditch.
You didn't go to the crick with your boys.
But yes, there is an element of Midwesternness to it. See, the whole Washington thing, that was Governor Heineman.
Okay.
Remember him?
Oh yeah.
Remember Dave?
Yeah. Hello, Dave.
He had a famous commercial where he's campaigning against someone, and we don't want anyone with Washington values in
That's
Nebraska, and he was not doing it ironically. He
That's
was
awesome.
calling them Washington.
So does Pat not like program either? We say program.
Well, but the program, that's that's us playing off of someone who mispronounces a name, aka Nick Saban. But we figure if the GOAT college football coach can say it that way, we can call our program a program.
The GOAT radio show. Exactly. For sure. All right. So we both disagree. So you have to answer, Jake. What's more annoying? Me saying everything's Western Nebraska or someone like John saying Washington?
I'll go with the Western Nebraska one.
Wow.
Sorry,
Sad.
Anderson.
Screw you,
Suck
Jake.
it, Josh.
I know.
Turn off his mic, John.
I can't. He's got.
So I don't know.
to
Me being West Omaha, am I Western Nebraska?
No, West Omaha's Omaha. But if you get anywhere, west of like 204th, I think
that's Western
Is
Nebraska.
Waverly
So, yeah.
Western? Or I'm sorry. Is Waterloo Western Nebraska?
Man, that's pretty much West Omaha as West Omaha can get.
Yeah.
So that's the border.
It's pretty
So our old friends over at the doghouse
yeah.
should put up a sign saying you are now leaving regular Nebraska for Western Nebraska.
We need to put a big sign out there. that
now
says
entering Western Nebraska.
Bingo.
But then how do you explain it? Because according to your broken logic, Lincoln still counts as Nebraska.
I know. You know how some time zones are weird and how like they kind of extend and things like that? It's kind of like that. It's like the international date line, but it's just two circles. It's
Well,
like
what about
I have
I-80?
nipples, Greg. Could you?
What
milk
about
me?
I-80? Does it work like the demilitarized zone in
Yes.
Eastern Germany?
It's a space-time continuum.
I see.
You're just in Nebraska when you're on I-80 between Omaha and Lincoln. It's
But if
weird
I were to
place.
get off on the off ramp, let's say at the 420
Ashland?
exit.
Oh, you're always thinking about weed, John.
No, I'm not. I'm getting off at the 420 exit so I can go
smoke a doobie.
So I can drive south to Eagle. Now I'm in Western Nebraska.
Exactly. You understand. See, I'm happy when people can understand these things.
I'm here to clarify.
All right,
folks.
this isn't a dumb debate, but it's a dumb question. I was watching an episode of Mad Men last night, and the phrase "soup to nuts," I think Don said it, or maybe
Everything
somebody
from
else.
soup to nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So when I heard that for the first time, I thought it was a genitalia joke. Why? No, it's not. I understand that. But why is it soup to nuts? I don't know what it means. You don't know what it means either? Do you have to Google it?
No. I think it just means, it's the same as saying, everything from A to Z.
But why soup to nuts?
I don't know.
Do you know, Jake?
I don't know.
Yeah, Jake,
I would agree with you. I think
we have this thing. We have this thing called
Yeah.
Google.
I know, but I didn't want to search. I thought you would know because you're
No, I
older than
don't.
me.
According to the expert on everything, Al.
Sad.
Soup to nuts, from soup to nuts, is American idiom meaning from beginning to end or covering thoroughly everything thoroughly.
But I know that. But why?
The phrase originated in the earliest 20th century in the United States based on the structure of a complete meal, which used to be served from an appetizer, soup, to a dessert of fruit and nuts.
Gross. That is a terrible meal. No wonder everybody died back then. The life expectancy was so low because they had to eat soup and nuts for dinner. That's
Nuts for dessert.
Yeah, that's a weird dessert. I mean, I guess I've had peanuts
for some
before.
people, nuts is a dessert.
Yeah. Hello. By the way, Sam points out
She made $1.2 million on OnlyFans. You see that?
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Shannon Elizabeth, remember the American Pie actress?
$1.2 million?
In 1 week on OnlyFans, she made $1.2 million.
What is your For You tab doing these days, John?
It's great. It tells me everything. Yeah, you gotta crawl through a river of filth 500 yards long, but there's good stuff in there.
Again, For You is for you.
Sometimes you find a rolled up wad of $100 bills in that river of filth.
Twitter thinks you want that filth because you engage with it
I mean,
enough
it is
that
Shannon
it
Elizabeth.
keeps-
She's
no,
pretty-
not that filth. I'm talking about the other stuff that you're crawling through. By the way, going back to geography, Sam writes, it's like how West Berlin was east of the Iron Curtain. Exactly. It's like how West Berlin was east of the Iron Curtain. All right, an actual dumb debates question from Max. Now, this goes back to our March Madness discussion earlier. What other major decisions in sports have been as unpopular as the recent March Madness expansion announcement? I'll start. Gary Bettman and the NHL owners disallowing their players from competing in the Olympic hockey for a decade. Or, John, this one's for you, the IndyCar split in the mid-90s. So I don't remember either. I mean, I guess I kind of remember the hockey one, but barely.
What was the hockey one again?
Players not being able to play in the Olympics. I didn't realize that was a Bettman decision, but it makes sense.
It was, but was it? I mean,
not enough people care. No offense.
Well, I think he's talking about just fans of the sport.
Okay.
The IndyCar split was bad.
Was that a big deal?
It was. I mean,
Big,
it
big,
basically
big, big
derailed
deal.
that sport for many, many years.
Yeah.
Um,
I would say this, by the time we got to the recent conference expansion, I guess the SEC ones were a little bit more forgivable because Texas and Oklahoma feel like they're part of the SEC, but the West Coast stuff coming east was stupid.
It was bad.
Like conference expansion 15 years ago was fun, and now it sucks. And
Now it's not. Yeah.
And so that was received fairly poorly, I would say. People weren't jazzed about it. That said, this might, again, the only thing that I can compare March Madness to is localized events. Baltimore losing the Colts, for example. Cleveland losing the Browns. And then trades. When a team trades somebody and the fan base revolts against them. But those are, again, localized. They're a national story, but it's not a national problem like this will be. So I don't know. This might take the cake.
I mean, this one's really strong. I mean, we were just quoting one poll, but I mean, you're talking Dan Patrick. I mean, it's a lot of hardcore sports fans there. And some casuals who just like listening to Dan. 91%, 91 to 92%.
That's wild.
Saying, no, we don't want this.
I bet conference realignment wouldn't have even had that large of a number.
No, because even with conference realignment, you had people within those conferences who are like, yeah, well, we welcome those guys in.
And
for the rest of the country, it was,
people like helmets. People like helmet matchups.
And people like helmet matchups.
USC Michigan, that sounds fun. Sign me up.
I mean, this one's way up there. Yeah. Way up there. And it will be interesting to see how it is received. I think at the end of the day, yes, will people still watch? Of course they will. But we can't keep using that as an excuse for everything. Well, it doesn't matter. You'll keep watching anyway. Yeah, so what?
Yeah.
Do something that's right.
Yeah.
I would understand it if they were doing it for gobs and gobs of money, but as we told you,
it's not for gobs.
It's not. They'll make enough to cover the nut or the soup to nuts and a modest increase. Is a modest increase worth adding all of this muck? Hell no.
Jordan says the Big Ten canceling the COVID season only to start a month later.
Well, that was pretty.
That was received fairly poorly, but even that has the caveat of it was such a weird time that there was some understanding.
Yes, some people were understanding of it, and some people ran cover for the Big Ten conference, and to this day we still remember.
I knew you'd bring up Dennis Dodd.
The 6 dead Illinois football players.
I understood.
God bless you.
No, I didn't say the death. People are going to die, but I understood. But even then, a lot of people were pretty pissed. Here's a good one from Pedro.
Well, I wanted to get to this one because this is also a current one because it dates back to yesterday.
Okay.
Jacob Padilla.
Oh, I saw this one. This is a great question.
What is the correct way to spell Brian? This goes back to yesterday when
Byron Russell, not Brian Russell, Byron Russell.
Well, his name was Brian, but it was spelled Bryon.
His name
which
now
is why
is Brian
all
Russell.
of you people, and I do mean you people who thought it was Byron, you just were dyslexic. You turned a couple of letters
How
around.
does that explain me remembering Bob Costas calling him Byron Russell? Bob
because
Costas
it's your memory. It's your memory,
No.
your dyslexic memory.
No, it's
because Brian Russell's parents were idiots and didn't spell it the right way. The correct answer, Jacob, is the correct spelling is either Brian. I will also accept Bryan.
Yeah.
But I will not accept Bryon. That's not Brian.
No, that's definitely not.
That's Byron for dyslexic people.
Wrong again.
Like
my
Josh
memory is
and
proper.
Those many others who remembered it that way.
Everybody remembers it that way. BRI for sure. BRY I would with an A I would consider, but no, Brian with an I is the correct answer here. Pedro asks,
hello guys.
Dumb debate question. Would you rather hit a hole in one or win the lottery, but it's only worth $1,000?
Well, essentially, he's saying, would you rather win $1,000 or hit a hole in one?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to present an argument for the $1,000. The answer is hole in one.
I think the answer is $1,000.
That's crazy. The
No,
lottery
it's not.
being $1,000. That's why I think it would almost be funny to win the lottery because that is such a small amount for the lottery to be. It can never be that low, but it would be funny to say I won the fewest amount of dollars in the lottery ever. The answer is obviously a hole in one. It's a hole in one.
So,
John, you've gotten $1,000. Every 2 weeks you get more than that. Like, it's just a
yeah, but it's a
grand,
free $1,000.
but it's a hole in one.
Imagine what you can buy with that $1,000. You could out hustle some poor Nebraska baseball season ticket holder for
That's
their
true.
tickets.
Hey, Dannon,
If
look at my cool $1,000. Priority list, baby.
How many priority points can I buy with my $1,000?
You wouldn't want a hole in one?
I'm not saying I wouldn't want it.
More than
but-
$1,000?
But is it that great an achievement?
Yes. Hole in one is a great achievement.
Yes. John, people
The
get
odds
paid.
of people not doing
The,
that.
the
You get a-
reason, but let's face it, you did it because you got lucky.
How many people have
It's
hit
not
all-
because of skill.
well, lottery's
You
lucky.
got freaking lucky.
Yeah, lottery is lucky.
Yeah, but without you can't spend a hole in one, and the only people that really get to enjoy it is you, because you'll tell others and they say you're lying, you're full of crap, and then you won't have video of it.
You also kind of lose money when you get a hole in one because I think like the rule is if you get a hole in one, you have to buy everyone drinks. at the
Exactly. So
clubhouse.
you lose money. So easily the answer is $1,000.
say-
I don't have to share with anybody.
So each year they say 1 to 2% of golfers make a hole in one. So, however many thousands of people.
I
that
mean,
is.
it would be funny for someone like me who doesn't golf anymore to just walk out there someday
That'd
and
be
hit a hole in
awesome.
one and then throw my middle finger at all the low handicaps and say, suck it.
But you get to be in the newspaper like Nick Baugh was for his famous.
Yeah,
hole
but
in
Nick
one.
didn't even get a hole in one to be in the newspaper.
But he got to be in
That's
the
better than a hole in one.
He got to be in the newspaper. Man, that was
I've
sick.
been in the newspaper. Sometimes it's not that great.
You've been in the newspaper?
Sometimes, yeah.
I have too.
Yeah.
Not to
there you
brag.
go.
I'm famous. Have you ever been in the newspaper?
I don't know actually.
Mm.
On my school newspaper.
Nice.
That
I've been in the
counts.
World Herald a couple
I just
times.
try to take $1,000.
Wow. That's unreal. Give me the hole in one.
I still think it's the hole in one.
Yeah.
Even if losing money,
Thank you,
like
Jake.
the feeling that you would get from getting a hole
Oh,
in one,
man,
you can't
yeah.
ever get anything like that. Ever.
Exactly.
We have a video daily double.
Okay.
I saw this on the For You tab.
Yeah. it's your-
Again, a fine place to find great content.
Oh, it's the easy one.
There's a picture of 4 grilled cheese sandwiches. It's asking which one is just right.
So one of them looks like Jim Nance's.
Well, I don't
Remember
know.
remember the burnt toast thing from a
Well,
few years ago?
one certainly is a dark golden brown, and it's got some cheese oozing over, and it's what is it?
What are you trying to say?
Well, it's like frying. It's like frying on
It's
the
on a griddle.
Yeah, but I mean the cheese. You know how the cheese gets hard and gets a little crunchy.
Oh yeah, because
Like
it's cooked
that.
on the griddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have that. You have another one that is,
A
a
lovely golden
deep
brown.
golden brown. You have
Mm.
another one that looks kind of average, and then a lightly toasted grilled cheese.
The answer is obviously 2, is it not? You're gonna pick one, aren't you?
I
burnt-
love one.
You are such a burnt freak.
It's not
Your
burnt.
wife is right.
It's not burnt.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's way burnt.
Now, okay,
the
there's a
cheese
caveat.
is too.
The cheese is not burnt. That you know how good that is to get some of that crunchy cheese off the griddle.
Dude, what
Oh,
is-
it's so good.
Your wife is correct about you and your wings. If you don't think that that's burnt, you are wrong. And I will defend her take about your wings because that is obviously a burnt sandwich.
That is not burnt.
Unreal.
It is not
You're
burnt.
taking one.
I'm taking one as long as the bread is not like, I mean, because you can do that to some
That's
breads.
thick bread, so that's gonna be really crunchy.
Yeah, as long as it's you can still. I've had grilled cheeses like that. They are great.
You are a weirdo.
They are great.
There's a smell.
I'm
to
going
it.
right in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom.
I can smell that, and it's stinking up the kitchen.
It's fried cheese.
No, but it's burnt bread is the problem.
It's not burnt. It's just a rich golden brown.
Doug and Ido says 1 must be an olds thing. Yeah, maybe this is about old people because you guys.
I mean,
are
I
all
do
weird.
like some things that are,
burnt. You just admit it.
not everything.
These wings.
I do not like my wings burnt. You have never seen them. You cannot comment.
Don't you like hot dogs burnt too?
I mean, I do like the char.
See, he likes it burnt, man. You're taking
I'm
2.
Not, I'm taking 2.
Yeah,
I'm not
2
a
looks
charred guy at all.
gorgeous. Somebody pointed out 4 doesn't even look grilled. It just looks like they.
So
put
is
the burnt-
one last?
No, I'd go probably 2, 3, 1, 4. 4 because it'd be cold cheese. It's like what it was, and then the butter wouldn't have melted yet. Yeah, that'd be weird. I'm okay.
Good ranking.
Jordan says the roof of my mouth is hurting looking at one.
Yes, seriously,
That's
it would-
because you have a soft roof of your mouth.
It's gonna
If you
claw
grew
into
up
your-
on
Oh.
Captain Crunch like I did, you got calluses built up in your mouth. You can handle it.
See again, olds. You're an old person apparently.
I also need 25 napkins to eat one. Just the cheese melting off.
Yeah.
Of it. It'd be
Oh,
such a
that's
mess.
the best. That's the best.
Man, you need to have better grilled cheese in your life, John.
I have great grilled cheese.
Apparently not. You're hurting your mouth. Your bread is burnt, and the cheese is all hard.
There's nothing. It's not hard. It's crunchy.
What is a synonym for hard? Crunchy.
Okay, no. Crunchy is crunchy. Hard is like you can't get through it. I mean, there's just
It's crunchy hard.
You've never had cheese like that? Like
I
if
have,
you've been
it's
frying
fine.
burgers and it getting a little.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think it's like I'm not a total hater of it. My issue with that is more the bread. It's not the cheese. The bread is the problem.
The bread is fine. It's a deep golden brown.
Yeah, definitely. That's how I would describe
See,
that color.
some people, some generations don't see color.
Nice. You just described it as a deep golden brown.
Exactly.
You use two colors to describe it.
And I like it.
Speaking of seeing color,
because I'm not afraid of color.
Well, Michael Severe asks us a question.
Oh, no.
Michael says, what animal that currently doesn't fly would be more terrifying if it did? He gives us some options. Centipedes.
Centipedes.
Hippo. Ostrich.
Yep.
Octopus.
Yep.
Tarantulas.
This is a very eclectic list.
Very.
I like it.
Man, if spiders are flying, I think that, and I know like a hippo is so big. And so maybe that's the answer. Because hippos are also dangerous.
I think the answer is octopus.
They're also dangerous.
Think about the visual of that creature, which is, I mean, octopi are big. They can get very large.
Mm-hmm.
Flying through the air.
Yeah, with their juices.
Exactly.
Oh, squishy, squish.
And they're pretty smart creatures, and you know they have the ability to make life very difficult for you. I think just the visual. So I went octopus, hippo, tarantula, ostrich, centipedes.
Hey, who cares about centipedes? Honestly, what do they even do?
The only catch is if you shoot down the centipede with your laser, it doesn't turn into a mushroom. For those of you who grew up on the Centipede video game, you know exactly what I'm talking
Another old reference for you olds who
about. Do you ever play Centipede?
Of course. Who hasn't?
Remember, when you shoot them, they turn into mushrooms.
I forgot about that, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that's why you had to remember how much of a pain in the ass it was to shoot throwing them damn things? Every time you shot a centipede, it turned into a mushroom.
What do you have number one?
I went octopus is number one. Hippo number two, because again, a flying hippo. There's nothing that big that flies that is natural.
Yeah, and you had tarantulas 4.
Tarantula 3.
Tarantula's 3. Okay.
Because tarantulas would be 1, because again, they're pretty dangerous creatures, but I'd like to think I could,
avoid them. I mean, really, it comes down to what are these?
Swat them out of the sky.
Like a bird flies, or like I run
1 through 3 are pretty close.
Yeah, I'll run, and there'll be birds over there, and they fly. But it's like they don't have anything to do with me.
Right.
Hippos, when they see people, do they not charge? And so if they have that mindset and they're also flying, I mean, maybe that is the number one, because like they want to attack. Birds don't want to attack.
Also, can you imagine if
tarantulas do?
If a hippo flew into a jet engine?
That would, I don't think we'd have flying anymore. I don't think airplanes would be allowed to exist.
Of course, if an octopus flew into a jet engine, that
would also be bad.
That also would be catastrophic.
By the way, back to the grilled cheese discussion.
No.
Mike Schaefer wants to know, do you use mayonnaise to make you're a butter guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I'm a butter guy.
I've heard that the mayonnaise helps with the outer crust.
Yeah. Also, you probably would hate it then if it makes it nice and good. You'd be like, "Can I have it burnt?"
Well, I mean, it probably helps make it look deep
like
and rich
that?
and gold and brown because some of us aren't afraid of color.
Rick says the loss of the Memorial Stadium troughs prompted this dumb debates question: is there an optimal urinal height?
Ask Larry David.
I think you want it to be like, well, for me, I don't know, like 15 inches below your belt is kind of where I would need it. John probably, as long as it's like 2 inches below his belt line, he's totally fine. But no, I think you want it to be like a foot below where the business is taking place. That's not too far. It's not too close.
Well, if you're doing it
Splash
right,
zone
if
is-
you're doing it right, and it has the proper liner down at the bottom, it doesn't splash back up at you like the ones we have in our restroom.
Mm-hmm.
You can hit those, and it doesn't splash up at you because
That's true.
It's anti-splash guard or whatever they call
Those
it.
are very important.
They're very important.
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, now that Nebraska is going to be, bilking baseball season ticket holders,
Unreal.
that they install the Larry David
Pathetic.
urinals with no toilets because no defecating at the Spite Stadium.
That was the really small, right? Is that what it was?
No, that's the one. Remember, he had the thing that it had the lid on it, and it
Oh yeah.
and
What am I thinking?
it had the little platform that you could stand on, so your shoes don't get.
Max says, "Do you like the ones that go to the floor? Those are interesting." That's like school stuff. I don't.
Well, remember the one of the
kids pee
one of the
everywhere.
stadiums on the East Coast had the urinal wall.
Oh yeah,
I
saw
want
that.
one of those.
Well, the trough people do too. I cannot believe that people got Dan in to talk about troughs. That is, and he said, "I'm a trough guy." Did you guys play that clip on Friday?
Yeah.
I'm a trough guy.
He's a trough guy.
The meme has hit the AD.
I'm happy troughs are gone.
Me too.
It's great.
I like the troughs. Troughs are fun. All right, did the grilled cheese one. Let me do this one. It's sports related. It's another one I got off the For You tab. You're welcome. Which of these sports blunders is the biggest? J.R. Smith forgets the score in game 1. Cleveland Cavaliers, LA Lakers. He forgets that the game is tied at the end of regulation, or Warriors, sorry. Game is tied at the end of the regulation. Cleveland's got a chance to win it with a few seconds left, but he dribbles out the clock. And it goes to overtime, and that, of course, gave us the famous meme of
Great meme. LeBron.
Chris Webber's timeout,
which they didn't have.
End of the Final Four, 1993 against
Which means
North Carolina.
You lose possession and they get free throws.
Yeah, North Carolina was only up by 2. Chris Webber gets the ball. He's trapped in the corner. He tries to call a timeout. Doesn't have a timeout. Technical foul. 2 shots in possession. North Carolina wins. Bill Buckner. Game 6, 86 World Series. Behind the bag.
Yeah. It gave us a meme, but it was already tied.
The game was tied. It was
they had already melted.
Here comes night, and the Mets win it.
Mm-hmm.
So Mets win game 6.
Well, all these are, except never mind.
And the fourth option, Malcolm Butler in Super Bowl 48, when the Seahawks decided, hey, we got Marshawn Lynch. Let's throw the ball at the goal line instead of giving it to our best running back.
Mm-hmm.
And Malcolm Butler makes the pick. Patriots win the Super Bowl, and we get the classic Richard Sherman meme of,
oh man, his brain.
Which
broke.
of those is the biggest blunders?
So I saw that you had that was number 1, and I agree with you. I think that is easily the worst. I disagreed with you on having the J.R. Smith moment 4. I think that is number 2. I mean, because if the punishment or the critique of Weber is he didn't know that they didn't have a timeout.
Well, that's dumb. You're supposed to know.
No, I know. No, I know. Hear me out. J.R. Smith didn't know the score. That's somehow even worse. He didn't know that his team was not winning the game.
Can I make the argument, though? Chris Webber's was at the end of a championship game. The season was on the line. This J.R. Smith was game 1. And Cleveland will win that series anyway.
I think they would have had a shot, though.
Yeah, if they won that one for sure.
I think they would have had a shot to win the series. I thought they did going into that series.
And that's the only reason I put J.R. Smith last. A, there's no guarantee they're going to win in regulation anyway. And B, I don't think Cleveland was winning that series anyway. But it was game 1.
It was game 1. That's true.
The Chris Webber, that was winner take all.
That was the Natty. I thought that was Final Four. Was that?
That was the national championship. Yes. That was winner take all.
Bill Buckner was game 6.
Bill Buckner was game 6.
And they had already melted down. Like that's why I had.
And that's why I put them. Well, that's why I put that third because it was game 6 and it was tied, and the Mets are probably winning that game.
That's why I have that one at 4. I have that one 4. I have JR
so you
at 2.
put that one at 4, even though it was closer to the finish line, and the Red Sox still could have won the World Series versus a game 1 where there's still a long ways to go, and Cleveland is not going to.
Well, they could have won the World Series still the next day. The Red Sox could have in 1986. They had a whole extra game to try to win the World Series. It's not like that was game 7.
Yeah, but Cleveland still would have had to win 3 more games to win the title.
But again, he didn't know the score of the game. He didn't know the score. That's way worse. It's not like Buckner didn't know the score. He just misplayed the ball. I always thought that he.
I mean, to me, and not to go too deep into this, the real blunder was John McNamara, the Red Sox manager, not having Buckner out of the game for a defensive replacement because Buckner was playing on bad knees.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're up 5-3 in the 12th inning. You just got 2 runs. You're 3 outs from the World Series. You put in a defensive replacement.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to me, the blunder was more on John McNamara, not on Bill Buckner.
Yeah.
But
it's funny how inarguable, though, it is that the Malcolm Butler play.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. I mean, all you got to do is run the ball.
To this day, that will be one of the dumbest things to ever happen in sports.
My favorite part about that is, and I've told this on the show before, you get to come at it from both ways. If the Seahawks would have won, you could have made fun of the Patriots. So the Patriots won, so you get to make fun of the Seahawks. So you now you were pissed either way because you hated both teams.
I did.
But at least you got.
But
to
I was rooting for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I didn't have as much hate for the Seahawks at that time as I did for the Patriots.
Yeah. And now you were rooting for the Pats, right?
No, I was rooting for a Meteor.
Well, yeah, but if besides the Meteor, you're rooting for the Pats.
Not really.
Yeah, you just were like, can we get this
I was
game over
miserable.
with? I want this season to be done.
I was miserable.
Yeah, get in line, baby. That's my life all the time.
So there you go. There is Dumb Debates.
Dumb Debates.
A really good one this week. Thanks to everyone who submitted questions. A few that we did get today, we will get to in future Dumb Debates because I archive every last one of them.
Awesome. By the way, people keep saying, what about Bartman? What about Bartman? This was not,
John
wasn't providing the 4. He saw the tweet about
it.
it.
It was just those 4 to choose from.
Yeah. And again, Bartman isn't the problem. The booted double play by Gonzalez was the bigger issue, as we've talked about before.
Coming up next, we've got content. Today in content, we're
all wondering.
We have trades, rich coaches, lottery reform, and what is a competitive excellence fee?
Is that what Troy Dannon is charging for fans to get into the stadium?
No, but maybe someone who's a compatriot of Troy Dannon is charging.
Interesting.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
You can enter online at 1620thezone.com for the Peak Playoffs giveaway. A winner's going to receive $250 gift card, Twin Peaks.
We'll be there.
And we'll be there in a couple of 2 weeks from Friday.
Let's go.
At the all-new Twin Peaks Omaha, which is out at Village Point.
A one beer Friday.
A one beer Friday at a place where they try to keep they don't try, they do keep the beer 29 degrees.
Let's frickin' go.
I love it.
Me too, John.
I love content too.
Me too, John.
With their win over Kansas State last night, Nebraska moved to 34-11 on the season and jumped to 11th in Warren Nolan's RPI. With 1 month left of the baseball before the tournament, make your call. Will this team host a playoff game?
Host a playoff game!
Or will they be on the road?
I put Nebraska's chances at 75%. They were 12th in the latest D1 baseball projection.
Wow.
I put them at 75%. As long as they don't lose a series or just go on a terrible losing streak, I think they will be in as a host. And then all of those great donors of other sports will get priority seating.
Screw them.
While the Nebraska baseball fan who has season tickets since 2002, who didn't have enough donor points, will stand outside looking like Dan Aykroyd in Trading Places. He's dressed up as Hobo Santa.
What a reference.
With the rain falling as he's looking in at Eddie Murphy eating his fancy meal.
Yep. And that will be the donors with the priority points. Yep. I'm with you. John, I'll go one better. How about this? My wife, she did a little information hunting last night.
Wait, what?
She wrote, I'm looking.
Oh, is she one of them priority donors going to steal away a seat from a baseball?
No, she would never. She's a good person. I'm looking at various polls from this same week last year, and there were 4 teams, Arizona, Coastal Carolina, Louisville, and UCLA, ranked near or below where Nebraska is at right now, and all of them made the College World Series. They're going to the College World Series. Get ready.
I don't think they have enough starting pitching.
What if they score 15 runs a game? Did you think about
they could.
That? What about the long ball?
My biggest concern about Nebraska baseball is the starting pitching. If it's elite enough to get the CWS.
I would agree.
Creighton has added a 6.5% competitive excellence fee to basketball season tickets for next season. It's CU's way of trying to keep up in the current landscape. Considering the year they're coming off, is this the right move?
Well, yeah, I mean, the timing, we were talking about this with a lot of stuff right now, too. The timing is not great. I understand why you got to do it. I also hate the names that we have for all of these things. Can't we just call it what we do in the pros? A seat license fee. Just say it's a seat license fee.
Well, they already have those.
Oh, cool. So they're adding more costs.
What this is it's essentially it's a tax, right? So
on the bad basketball?
It's a tax for all season ticket holders, as I understand it, that their price will go up 6.5%. But it's kind of like, when you create a tax to build an arena or something. And the reason for this, now some might say, well, why don't you just raise the season ticket price to 6.5%? Yeah, that would accomplish the same thing. But I think it's their way of trying to sell it in a world of, hey, we need to do this because this money needs to go to the rev share.
That's a good dumb debate question. Would you rather they just raise it 6.5% or have a 6.5% fee? What makes you feel better about the process?
At the end of the day, you're paying the same amount.
Yeah.
This is at least being used to explain, hey, this is what it is for.
Timing sucks for sure. That's inarguable.
Yeah, but my guess is they were going to do this anyway, whether they were coming off a Final Four or whatever they came off of last year.
Yep.
And it's tough, but unfortunately for programs like Creighton, more of the revenue gets put on the back of the season ticket holders and the boosters because you're not bringing in the same television revenue. Definitely. As a Nebraska or an Alabama are.
Yeah.
The NBA is finalizing a lottery reform proposal. What do you think of this idea?
Do you know the deets, John? I can read them to you a little bit if you would like.
Is this where they're just going to let Sean McVay and Les Snead make all the draft picks for the NBA teams?
No,
which would be great because then they would actually be building for the future.
Yeah, this guy's going to be really good in
players.
4 years. Like, be ready, Oklahoma City Thunder. This guy's going to be great eventually. So right now, the current odds, 14% of the balls in the cup, if you will, Sean.
The frozen envelope.
14% go to the worst record, 14% go to the second worst, 14% go to the third worst. So, like, that's the odds that they have. They all have what is that, a 1 in something, 7%, 1 in 7 chance to get it. Now, the worst 3 records are going to get dropped down to 5.4% chance of winning the lottery. Teams 4 through 10 are all flat. Basically, that's what they've done. They flattened out the odds. All of them will be 8.1%. Essentially, what they're trying to do is disincentivizing being the worst and tanking to get more lottery balls, again, in an opportunity to get to the top of the draft. Actually, I think that's a really good idea because tanking is a problem right now in the NBA. I'm sure
they had to do something. I don't know if this is going to solve your problem, but it's a step in the right direction because at least now, sure, it's always been a crapshoot that you could have the worst record but still not get the number 1 overall pick.
Correct. It happened last year.
But if your odds are a lot worse, then maybe it'll disincentivize it. I don't know. I think some of the tanking is simply from owners who just want to make a nice, pretty penny and not have to spend any.
They do like that.
Iowa State has extended TJ Otzelberger to 2036 at a price tag of $6 million per season. Is Otzelberger an ISU lifer, and what will be the furthest he takes the Cyclones during his time there?
I think TJ could be a lifer there. I really
he's young,
do.
Right? How old is he?
Yeah, he's about my age, or maybe a little younger.
Oh, so he's old then.
He's very young. He's very young and spry.
48.
So he's a little bit younger than I am.
Yeah.
I think he could be a lifer there. I think he fits that culture really well. He's really built something good there. I think he will get the Clones to a Final Four.
That is going to be where I think that they go as well. I don't think he will win a natty. I don't think he'll take him to the title game. Have they ever won a national championship?
No.
Have they ever been to the Final Four?
No, not
So
Iowa
he will
State.
take him to their first ever Final Four. Yeah, I'll see that. Lifer. I'm going to say no just because it's hard to be a lifer.
It is.
Especially, 48. Again, he is young.
He is. 48 is very young.
It's very young. And if you're 6 years older than that, you're still very young.
Very young.
We all agree on that.
Yes.
We all agree on that.
You guys already complained about it earlier, but would you like to rant about NCAA tournament expansion a little more? Besides Seth Davis, did you see anyone defending the move?
We talked about it today. Nobody responded in kind. Every time we've talked about it, no one has ever been like, you guys are overreacting. Seriously, no one ever says that we are overreacting.
I've had a couple of people say, you'll still keep watching,
Yes, of course.
The conversation, will just move down the chart, but it's more than that. It's more than that. It's what it does to the regular season, and it's what it does to the tournament. And I do think there will be basketball fatigue after that in that first week because you're going to have a lot of games on Tuesday and a lot of games on Wednesday. The whole bracket process will be altered. Your office pools may never be the same. And some might say, well, that shouldn't be a reason for hosting a playoff. No, but when it's one of the big driving reasons why people watch this event, which, by the way, is a you problem, because if your sport was more attractive to folks earlier in the season and they just watched because it was the championship of basketball, you wouldn't be in this mess. But let's face it, you all leaned into the whole bracket bit and filling out the office pools and making it a day-long party on Friday and Saturday. So you leaned into it, and now you're destroying some of that you created for a scant profit.
It's so stupid. I have nothing more to add. I agree.
Phillies president Dave Dombrowski says he is hearing from early activity from front office on the trades than ever before. Is one offshoot so many perceived contenders starting slow as we'll get to earlier trades?
Oh, that's interesting. So because everyone sucks right now, there could be more trades?
And you got teams like the Phillies, the Mets, the Red Sox, who were supposed to be top contenders.
And they're already going to be sellers
who are dragging. Well,
but it's so early.
Buyers because they need to get better.
Oh, because it is still early. I'll say no. I bet that doesn't happen. Everybody always talks up trades and then it's like kind of boring. So I'll say no, it doesn't. We don't see.
I mean, the fact that there's more chatter out there makes me think that we might get a few more. I don't think it won't be to the point where you're going to get a slew of trades in June. I still think it's going to come down to the deadline because a lot of sellers are waiting to see what it is they want to sell. And they want the best price for it. The only way that this is going to happen early is if you get a really, really good price that blows your mind. But other than that, you're going to wait until the end when you have a lot more desperate teams out there. And you know that, these teams are a pitcher away or these teams are a hitter away or whatever the case may be. I just think for the markets, it always works better later in the year when it's up against a deadline than it does earlier when you don't really know what the market is at that point.
ESPN's Matt Miller ranked the 100 best picks of the NFL draft, and wouldn't you know it, Caleb Downs is atop of the leaderboard.
Oh!
Josh, you were gone on Friday and haven't had a chance to speak about it on the air. What's your thoughts?
Man, so first of all, thank you to all of the listeners who reached out to me on Thursday as I was sick and nearing a decision that I wasn't going to be able to go run the marathon. That was very sad. But a lot of people were like, Josh, this is so cool. This is exactly what you were hoping for. Now, some of those tweets were also sent after the Rams drafted Ty Simpson because that was funny. But to go back,
funny in that way, and Rams deked you all. Now you're going to pay for it in 2 years.
They nailed it. I love this pick. Look, I know anything positive that I say about the Cowboys, John just laughs and says derangement syndrome over and over and over. Do I think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl? Of course I don't. Do I think
it's only April.
Do I think the Cowboys defense will not be the worst in the NFL next year? Absolutely, I do. Caleb Downs is awesome. He is so good. I've known about that guy. I mean, everybody has for years. Nick Saban won't shut up about how smart he is. I just hope he doesn't get hurt. I'm very excited for him. It's the exact pick I wanted for months, and they somehow got him.
I am excited.
Go Cowboys!
I'm excited for Caleb because now
here we go.
That Ohio State national championship ring will have more value when he has to go and sell it because it'll be the only ring he'll ever earn.
But why would he sell the ring?
Well, in case he runs into any financial problems.
I hope that. Why are you rooting that to happen?
I'm not. I'm just saying at least he has a more valuable asset. He has an asset that's very rare. Hey, here is the only championship ring
Ryan
that
Day will ever win.
I ever earned.
Good call, John.
That I ever earned.
He could do it. I mean, for a different team. They'll probably trade him away in a few years when contract negotiations. Though, I don't know. You think old Jer will still be negotiating contracts in a few years? If you know what I mean.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Kimmel? Wishing death on people.
I was saying maybe he'll be busy that day and he'll have to have Steven do it. Maybe. You never know.
Momentum towards renegotiating NFL television deals before the start of the 2026 season have stalled, according to published reports. Political resistance from CBS and Fox are the cause. Are networks actually pushing back against the National Football League? Could the long-awaited sports media rights bubble be close to bursting?
This is really interesting because it seemed like a foregone conclusion when the NFL said, yeah, we can take our contracts back up to renegotiation and we're going to try to make the same percentage of money that the NBA is. And CBS is like, not so sure. And Fox has really been pushing back.
Mm-hmm.
It does make you wonder if the networks are maybe colluding a little bit against the NFL, saying, hey, we gotta stay together. Now, the X factor in all of this is Netflix, Apple, the streamers, because they have money to burn. And this could be their in to getting a lot more NFL games. But if the market colludes, and I don't think there's and there's no law against this, if the market decides to collude to say no, and now NFL, we're not going to pay anymore, how funny would that be?
Only wild card in this, because I think you're right about the networks, would be a streamer, would be Netflix.
Sure.
That's how they get an increase in price that they're looking for. I almost want to put it on the long-term list that this is going to be the last major increase in price that the NFL ever sees. I just don't know how these networks are going to be able to afford this stuff moving forward.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult.
Coming up next, what's for dinner?
Mm.
And we'll find out on his last day this week. Can young Jake go 3 for 3 on hitting a home run in what's for dinner?
Oh,
Find
man, the
out
pressure's
next
on.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
It was a very simple meal. It was hot dogs and sausages off the grill. Sadly, not charred nicely, with a deep golden brown, and fries.
I'm happy you mentioned that, because David writes, I take back that John's wife makes slop. John makes his own burnt slop. He'd be the guy scraping or scraping chili off the bottom after having it in the crock pot for 2 days.
No, I do not.
No,
I do not. No, I don't. I do not like that. I'm sorry that the rest of you are afraid of color.
I hate it, but I don't know what I'm having tonight. I'll figure it out when I get home. Leftovers of some sort. Had a great lunch. Had Euro bowls. Oh, God, so good.
Well, Euro bowl.
Like a Euro, but in a bowl.
Well, I know.
Oh,
I was just
good.
I was just saying, Euro bowl.
Well, we'll see if I go 3 for 3.
All right.
I'm going a
here we
little
go.
easier tonight, but Trader Joe's makes some really good, like some frozen, like different fried rices, and I'm gonna have some chicken fried rice and add some chicken dumplings in with it.
He wins again.
But it's easy, just on
Well,
a
you're
pot,
gonna be
easy.
critical though.
I mean, it's obviously not as good as the first 2 days.
No,
definitely
but you can't always go.
But for a 9-hole hitter, pretty good.
Pretty good.
I mean, it's still better than probably 85% of the stuff that Nick submits.
Jake, thank you.
Thank you guys
for being here.
You
This
did
week.
a great
It was a fun
job.
week.
Well, it was 3 days.
3 days.
And now I'm sure you'll all be excited to hear about Nick's wedding and, more importantly, what happened after the wedding. Don't
Nick-
worry, it'll be a short explanation.
Oh yeah, what about 10 seconds maybe? 5 seconds?
Yeah.
50 a patino. I'm looking forward to it. Not
So-
hearing about it. The show.
See you
Thursday.
tomorrow.
Bye.